Hello, everyone, and welcome to another fabulous Tuesday. Of course, it's Tuesday, and we're playing Flesh and Blood, the TCG. Last week,
That's why you call it fabulous.
that's right. After almost a year, you
put
have
that
finally
together.
figured it out. Last week, we did open some of our first boxes of Monarch First Edition, plain sealed. This week, we're at it again. I still have plenty of boxes for us to work through sealed, and I am intent on savoring the experience. People online were like, I really hope you guys are doing constructed today. We'll get there.
Constructed doesn't happen for another couple weeks.
Years? No, I'm just kidding.
Months?
New set comes out. You gotta open all your product through plain sealed. That's the only way. You can't just
Have
open a
you
box.
not opened anything since last week?
I have opened since last time, but I used it to play. I didn't just open.
Okay.
I had
Acceptable.
So this past weekend was Mother's Day, and if you're a mom
Kathy
out
cracked some
there,
packs there?
kudos to you. No, but there was a series, and I knew this was going to be happening. It's when I texted you that you were alone all weekend. I was like, hey, we should have done something. It wasn't planned. But
the point of being alone is not to do things.
yeah,
You should
but
understand.
we knew there would be a moment where we'd be at the same place, not really doing anything for a while. And so it was like, hey, do you want to play some sealed games while we wait?
Good idea.
So we did.
And who won?
I did.
Here, we got a hot take in the chat, or in a comment about last week's stream, which was not only you guys have got to be the most attractive streamers of Flesh and Blood that we've ever seen. That was the first part of the comment, but the second part was
It's totally believable.
only Prism and Bolton can reliably build good sealed pools. The Shadow characters are nerfed out of a sealed environment because they have so much greater requirements between Blood Debt and the cards that power the Blood Debt sacrifice.
I agree and disagree.
Well, that makes it an interesting conversation.
Yeah, there are certain pieces of that. I do think that specifically Levia requires a lot to function, but I think the trick with her is even if you aren't doing the Blood Debt thing, in this sealed environment, one of your 4 possible matchups is against Prism. And Levia, just with six attacks, because she's the only one that has those built in, actually has such a favorable matchup against Prism that it makes me think there's a way to... Now I'm excited to play it today.
And similarly, Chain is like, I don't know, Prism's going to just eat your lunch, presumably. Because you only have 3 to 4 damage attacks that you chain out.
Yeah, and
of course.
No, I mean, Chain obviously has the upside of he can swing twice on a lot of turns because you just play an attack and then you use his ability and you swing with the sword. And so being able to do 2 attacks helps deal with the Spectras on Prism's side, so at least he can do that. Levia can't do that. I do not think Levia can waste a 6-attack turn against attacking an illusion.
But let's not forget something that I think Zach has just forgotten, as I always do, that if you attack into the Spectra, you don't get go again. Attack cancels, does not trigger.
Yeah, but you can attack them, and then you can attack the Spectra as the end of the turn.
Correct.
Just the Galaxy of Black swinging for 1 into the Spectra is a pretty good exchange.
That's true. That's actually very, very true.
Whereas Levia cannot spend the turn sending 6 at a Spectra.
That's correct.
It's too much heat and tempo in a sealed pool.
So
maybe it's true, maybe it's not. We'll play it. I'll keep that in mind as we're playing today. But I think they all are interesting because they do require a certain amount of heat to work.
Yeah.
And that's what I was starting to figure out this weekend, playing a little more as well. But even just reflecting on last week, you have to understand how they function, and it's different.
You got to define the heat, as it were.
The Blood Debt soul mechanics are a resource-intensive situation. Even Bolton on the axes, I feel like you need a pretty good yellow-blue curve to reasonably be able to afford what he's doing. I will say I had some breakthroughs with Bolton this weekend.
I was rocking Bolton last time, was I not?
Just in terms of, you were. In terms of understanding how to set up what he's doing. And I do think...
All right, well, what is it? Tell me, come on.
It depends on the cards you have. But
that's kind of a...
Some of the cards he gets that are the bigger cards.
V is for Vanguard.
V of the Vanguard, I think, is the card. Yeah. Or there's a couple different ones you can pull as him. But basically being able to load the soul, swing with something, swing with 2 axes and consistently do that, and figuring out how to do that is a lot.
I mean, consistently doing it in sealed, I don't know that is possible. I always felt like I was playing Bolton well if I got to charge and swing an axe in the same turn. So like an attack that charges and then give it go again with the soul mechanic and then swing with an axe for 2 is pretty good for a Bolton turn. I feel when I got an attack and 2 axes, I was like, oh, well, this is like
Well, I think that's where like
unbelievable.
setting up, sometimes just taking the I charge and swing 1 attack and I blocked with everything else is fine.
That is fine.
Getting 2 or 3 cards in your soul to have 2 or 3 turns in a row where you can swing with all of it. But I also think especially if you get Gallantry Gold, the turn you are using that, you need to be able to really go for it.
Yeah, you got to put the gas on,
yeah,
as it were. And it strikes me, his curve is pretty low. I remember playing it. I remember most of those cards there were some light cards that were charging for 0 and 1, like Take Flight and those kinds of things. So
I love that art on Take
it's
Flight.
Deceptively not that expensive for Bolton. You just need a lot of cards. Yeah. So you can't be spending a lot of your cards on money. You have to be using them as soul cards and as charging cards and those kinds of things. So a couple of quick things in the chat before we get started, and we're just going to bust some packs and play some games as you've come to expect. I see this question a lot. Will our Unlimited Monarch have the promos? There are 2 questions really being asked there. One is, will they have the Team Covenant promos, the Boneyard Marauder? That is a
exclusive first edition only.
Exclusive to first edition. All of those deals that were made on first edition boxes that we had conversations around with LSS. That was back in the day when Flesh and Blood was known as Flesh and Blood First Edition, because there really wasn't any Unlimited. So that is tied explicitly to first edition boxes. The second question being asked there, are the buy-a-box promos that local stores get included in Unlimited Monarch? The answer to that is no. Because as far as we know, and if you know differently, please let me know so that I can have something to ask about. But in our conversation with Legend Story, they were very explicit that sales running through a brick and mortar store are the only way that those buy-a-box promos are going to get distributed. And we're into that. That's great. Support local stores. If that's your mission, go for it. Love it. Totally great, but it means that we won't be able to provide those. Now, once our store opens here in Tulsa and you're a local customer and you buy them in our store, you'll definitely get those promos, but we just can't send them through online sales. Now, if there are other online retailers doing that, please do let me know.
Would like to know.
I would love to know who's doing that so I can at least bring that up.
That said, it is worth noting a couple things. So we're getting to the point where we could charge for unlimited subscriptions at any point. So if you want to get unlimited, that's right. If you want to get unlimited boxes for Monarch from us, now is the time to get in. I would not wait. I think we are either going to be charging or sold out in the not so distant future. So if you want to do that, also on the buy box promos, I know those are very limited per store. So just be aware. I don't know what the supply looks like. I know last time they did it on like a reprint or something. And we had a restock of something in stock, and someone didn't buy the stuff while we had it because they were planning to buy it locally. Went locally, they didn't have the promos, and then we were out of stuff by the time they could buy it. So
you can be in a little Cincinnati squeeze is what we call that in the business.
Yeah, but be aware. Yeah, and it doesn't come through the subscription. And someone asked...
Zach just says, yeah.
Yeah.
As if that's a normal
Carry
term.
on, Cincinnati squeeze. But someone was asking about the progress of our tokens and boards. Coming along really nicely. We're at the end stage of the tokens. And then the boards are getting close in terms of their function. And then it's all about design and how to make them look super thematic and beautiful.
And that's it, yeah. And then we're looking at doing, we'll probably, I mean, I don't know. I just say more than I ever should on these streams, but looking at...
run out of stuff to say.
I don't care if you guys know a lot about what we're up to. Looking at doing just a general dice board for these to launch with and check out how it's going, how people dig it, and whether or not people are buying them and enjoying using them. And then if that's the case, I think looking at like special edition, class-specific, talent-specific stuff is definitely in the wheelhouse. Just don't expect, like, we're not going to launch with like 10 to 15 different class-specific boards, because like launching a new product with that many SKUs untested is not how the old TC got where we are today, let me tell you.
But assuming the reaction to the initial board is good, odds are really high that we would start doing things like, I don't know, class or talent or character themed things.
I say that because Ryan was asking in our Discord, I would love a Rune Blade purple board, and I said I would too. I would love that. I would love like some kind of a ranger arrow quiver thing going on with leather strapping everywhere. It's like, we can do it.
Purple,
we're into it.
Purple in the same way that dream board is pink.
Yeah,
but purple.
Yeah, we'll do it. We can definitely do it. It's just about like, it's going to take a while. We'll do some limited edition stuff. It is a collectible game after all. Maybe we'll make 5 of them. and charge $1 million a piece. And then only 5 people have them, and then they go up to $16 million each.
Because that's how that works.
Because that's how collectibles work,
for sure.
as far as I can tell.
Only One Potato wants to know, what do you guys think about Monarch so far? I'll let you take that one, Steven.
Monarch started out for me as a, have we gone too complex? Is it too much?
What's the location?
The simplicity.
How many books are in that library?
The simplicity of my 0 for 4s and my 1 for 7s. I was like, I don't know. Is this too much? Because now we're manipulating a soul area and a banish zone, and now Zach's got 16 cards spread out over here that I have to try to manage while I'm looking at the banish zone and blood debt and how many debts do you have there and what can you play with chain and on it goes. But having actually gotten my feet wet in this particular set, I have been extremely impressed with how easily I now understand the mechanics of these heroes and how that's working. And also just how tightly balanced it still is around the core mechanics of the game. And I look at the card pool and I say, like, my Azalea deck would do fine against any of these new heroes.
And that's saying something.
Yeah, and that deck's awful. But even just looking at the neutrals and generics and thinking about the things I might want to play. Do I want to slot in Warmonger's Recital for this? Do I want to do a recurring arrow build? Like, those kinds of things are really productive, and I didn't even get any Ranger cards, So yeah. I do think that it has adequately added generic cards that are relevant to a lot of the game. Like, you think about, for instance, banishing is now a big deal, right? And so you think about in Levia, Art of War becomes the heat.
Very good card.
Right? It gives your next thing go again. You can potentially do 2 big
and she
brute
triggers.
Attacks.
You get the trigger.
You auto the 6 attack into the banish zone, right? The same thing with Chain. You can immediately banish something and then potentially play it out. So
with Chain, it's crazy.
The way the old cards are working,
a 0-cost attack with Blood Debt that you can play from your banish zone. That you banish to draw 2.
Give all attacks +1 for the turn.
I mean, print it.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go. Right? It's Chain time.
So we've seen how these old cards. I have a new appreciation. Like my classic favorite Back Alley Break line continues to get more interesting. It's obviously designed together, and I can't wait to explore the full breadth of the card pool, and I'm not at all worried for the original heroes.
Well, that about sums it up. You ready to get out of here?
Yeah.
Ria's asking the other question, a couple answers. When are we offering more first edition subscription slots? Don't know. Sign up for the waitlist. That's how you'll know. That's
probably post Monarch.
We also are testing Dragon Shield matte sleeves.
That's right.
We also have, we like the Katana matte sleeves as well. And
both are great options.
We prefer Nalgene water bottles because they're HPCTE free.
Mine's empty because I was drinking all morning.
Your brain's very wet right now.
However, I've got a backup. So I'm on 96 ounces today.
You're like the enlightened Super Saiyan wet brain.
And I challenge all of you to join me in drinking 100 ounces to Flesh and Blood and our health collectively as a community to continue making very moisturized choices, which is important. It's important. 100% HCP food grade plastic.
Gruder asking, did James, the founder of Legend Story, imply that Monarch was intended to be the first set, or just that Bolton and Chain were intended to be the first heroes? So I don't know about all that. What I do know is that he has said that after Monarch, we now have the full picture of what Flesh and Blood was originally envisioned as.
Talents, melee damage, arcane damage seems to be the thing.
Talents, classes.
Talents, classes, arcane damage, melee damage. That seems to be the thing. And then William Vickery asking, can you play a 4-player arena-style game? There's a pit fight format that is designed for this. We haven't been able to play it because everybody's been isolated in their houses because there's a pandemic.
But we could play it soon.
But at this point, we're in the pocket.
I'll also be honest.
We might check it out.
More and more of our team have become infatuated with this game. Yeah. So that's going to be easy and easy to do.
The mixture of infatuation and vaccination is a 2-pronged attack on multiplayer games coming back.
Trademark it.
I'm going to Zach's house here a couple of weekends from now to watch some Captain America. And then I'm also going to your place to play some Flesh and Blood.
Double dip and separate occurrences, yeah.
Potentially. So if there's other people around that are doing that, maybe we'll try out that pit fight format and report back.
It's a very tempered 4-person gathering. Baby steps back into this whole social thing. But I'm really excited about that because that will be... We've been playing on stream a lot, but outside of just staying late after work, haven't been like... Historically, when we play a game, we would do like weekend jam sessions.
Yeah.
To really test and tweak and try decks. So having a group to get together like that is nice because you get different perspectives and takes and you get a bunch of different opponents and stuff. So I'm excited about it. You got something?
I'm just saying this is perfectly sized as a card sleeve, just in case anybody's curious.
Speaking of perfectly sized,
Boom!
you got a cutting device?
Bada bing! Bada. Oh yeah. My wit. Quah. Yeah. Looking at getting a shotgun mic too, potentially.
Oh, did I cause a problem? Was that me?
No,
or
that
you?
was me.
Your
tired-
comment about the
tired of being wired.
your wit was actually very funny, very witty.
Well, there you go. It's like the onomatopoeia of jokes. Said that word twice today.
Onomatopoeia?
Yeah.
You know you're getting to a certain place in life when that's a common word. In
Probably
your
not a good
vocabulary.
place.
All right. Box number 1, kind of sliced.
Luckily, the cards should be fine, right?
Yeah,
Has this been resealed? Did somebody open packs and?
Would be funny.
Well, I guess it actually
Just full of libraries.
expressly hasn't been resealed because it wasn't resealed.
Yeah, it's unsealed.
That's a good looking product, man.
Yep. Light versus dark, a tale as old as time.
Let's go downtown here.
Classic booster box.
You know, I watched for a second Rudy over there on Alpha Investments
So we do Fabulous Tuesday. He does Taco Tuesday.
over on his channel, and you know, it's just a top-down shot of opening packs, and I didn't realize that was such a thing, but a lot of people do that, and it's
Yeah.
got like a ton of views.
Just like product opening.
Yeah, is it just that you just want to smell the moment on that? You know,
I
like,
mean,
just check out when.
It's like secondhand enjoyment of something.
Yeah.
It's like getting to open first edition boxes without having to be the one to actually crack your boxes open.
All right, just kind
And
of scratch that itch. You know?
There's a lot of people who didn't get any first edition.
True.
So
Yeah.
they're getting to partake here with us
Very
today.
fortunate.
So if you're
welcome, everybody.
sealed is 6 packs.
And once again, I'll be polling and playing for the Unlimited crew, waiting on your boxes early June. So shout out to you. It's awful to have to wait. I mean, you know, such is life ultimately, but it really is unfortunate that you can't experience the initial release stuff. And the vast majority of people playing this game are buying Unlimited. So I'm here for you. I trust in you. I believe in you. And if I were not having some sort of very situation where Zach is buying all the cards and I'm getting to use them all, I would be waiting as well, because there's no way I would pay any amount of money over the least amount to get the cards I need to play the game. So
You're very practical.
yeah, I mean, it's
consumer.
like, yeah, I'm not a collector. I don't collect anything. I can hardly collect things that I actually like. Are we at the point now where we don't care anymore, right?
Don't care about
We've
what.
seen everything, and now we're just, ooh, Foil Herald looks good, though.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Herald of Triumph. You love
That's a
to see
rare,
it.
you know?
The illusionist cards and foils are the best.
Yeah, shut the front door, man.
We are at a point, so I did a lot of sorting this weekend. This is a good, an interesting conversation to have. But I organized all the cards we opened last week and the ones I opened when I was playing Tim this weekend, and sorted everything. So we're now at the point where after we do a sealed pool, we're going to put all of the commons in a single stack, and those are just going to go in my extras box to eventually build decks for people that are interested in the game.
Okay. They'll start the fires.
The
in
only
the
thing
fall.
we really need to keep are the rares and above.
Rares and above, okay.
Yeah, so it's going to make the sorting process after the stream a lot easier. But I ran headfirst into a new problem, which is how I'm going to store the cards. And this is something I want to get your take on, and the audience's take, see if anyone has any clever ideas. Introducing talents adds a complicating factor.
Okay.
Previously, I had one binder that had 2 classes in it, right? So I had
One binder, two, yeah.
Runeblade and Wizard, and then I had Guardian and Ninja.
Okay.
And those are the 4 classes I played,
Right?
and you know that's just how they were, kind of by release, the first set and the second set. Then I had your binders, which had Ranger and Mechanologist in it, and then Warrior and Brute.
All the garbage classes.
That's right. And then we had a generics binder.
Mm-hmm.
This is all clean. So the new generics obviously go in the generics binder, not a problem.
That's easy. Yeah,
the-
just solve
the-
that problem.
The extra binder we both need access to. But as an example, I'm feeling like I'm going to be playing Shadow more than you.
You know, you'd be surprised. I
Maybe
actually was
not.
building a Levia deck on the
On the
deck builder
DBs?
the other
Okay,
day,
cool.
Old
So
Fab DB.
you're the Brute player, but then we have Shadow Brute, right? I'm definitely playing Shadow Runeblade, but now we both need access to the Shadow cards.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. But more importantly, let's say we have Warrior now as well, right? So we have a Warrior and a Light Warrior. And it's like technically, Light Warrior has access to all the Warrior cards.
Yeah.
Except for the Duranthe specialization
Yeah.
stuff. So the Light Warrior kind of needs to be with the Warrior. Like those need to be in the same binder. Because literally all of the Warrior cards are playable by Bolton.
That's right.
So those almost have to go together.
Yeah.
And then ideally you really want the light cards there. But you can't get
I don't think so.
you can't get Warrior, Light, then also Illusionist, Light Illusionist, and then whatever else. So recognition for me is I think you have to put the classless talent cards in their own binder.
That's what I was going. I was saying that exactly.
So then when you're building a character, you have a generic binder, your class binder, or your talent binder, and then you have your class. The class is all together.
I agree with that completely. You're going to need a bigger binder, potentially.
Well, at some point, that's going to be another problem, which is like, you can only fit so much in all this.
Yeah.
Right?
At that point, you just take your cards, choose your favorite ones, and the rest, you just trash.
What I did realize as I was sorting, all the like light warrior cards that I'm keeping, right? So they're not in a binder right now. It's like a stack like this big.
Okay.
So that's not that many cards.
That's not bad.
So storing those in a box is really easy.
Boxes though. Come on.
So, but the reality is like, if I have a binder for every card that ever comes out for Flesh and Blood and they never rotate, right now that binder space is like this for about a year and one set.
You're gonna have a whole library. You're gonna have a library at your house of binders.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna have your we're gonna be old and you're gonna have your glasses, and we're gonna have that one of those rolly ladders. It's like, oh, I think that was Welcome to Wraith, going up to.
But it's definitely not gonna be sorted by Welcome to Wraith.
I
like.
I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe at some point it will be. I don't know. Maybe we'll get there. So yeah, I hope that was helpful. Shadow Brutes.
The decision of doing a class binder or a talent binder is, I think, part one, and that needs to be the case.
We need a better word. Fab community, can you please help? We need a better word for talent cards that don't have a class associated.
Because classless is not doing it.
If I say classless, it's like, that's not a value assessment about the card. It could have class, So similarly, we need talentless doesn't really feel good. Like the talentless heroes. Nobody wants to play a talentless hero. Every hero's got talent. It's just, you know what I mean? So what is a classless talent card? If it's not classless, universal, general. You can't call it generic because generic's a different kind of thing. So we need to believe. Oh, pure talent. I like that. That's kind of cool.
I got a Herald of Erudition.
Vanilla. People talking about vanilla. That's not bad.
How do you say this? Erudition?
Erudition, yeah.
Erudition.
That's how I say it. I don't know if that's how you say it. Or you, the royal you.
Also, apparently those extended art, alt art cards are insanely rare.
Doesn't it boggle the mind how other collectible games
like Destiny have failed?
How dare you say it? I wasn't going to say it out loud.
But we all know it.
All you have to do is just put alt art cards in. It affects nothing except for collectors have a.
Give me a full art Vader.
Yeah, right.
It's over. It's a bazillion-dollar card.
Collectors have something to do, because they're all, And then I can still play with the card. I don't have to go chase down the alt art version.
Yeah. What up, Robert Ballard says, excited to catch everyone live.
What's up, Robert? I see Robert on our chat all the time. I'm glad to see you, Robert. I hope to see you in the flesh at some point.
In the Flesh and Blood.
I'm so sick of that. You ever hear, it's just like everybody's it's kind of the joke of the game. It's like back to the Flesh and Blood. Like James actually means it when he started, but now it's like everybody's using it. But yeah, in the Flesh and Blood, obviously, I hope it's not in the blood. The flesh is all I want to see of you, Robert.
Infinite says, ordinary, ?
Not sure. How about this cross the line art? Is that not what you want in all cards? Just like
it's really good, yeah.
What's up?
That's really good foil too. Robert says, yes, I'll come to Oklahoma and play some sealed with y'all. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some serious Flesh and Blood events, particularly sealed oriented. Also, you know what? You've been.
Ooh, babies.
Did you get a good one?
Yes.
Steven, hold on, don't tell me yet. Steven was saying just before we got on stream, and it's true, that he's never been the one to open anything that's significant. Is it like cold foil significant?
It's sauce, dude. Valiant Dynamo.
Yeah, boy! Yes!
That is beautiful.
That is a beautiful card. Hold on. I have a new technique as well that's going to help you out.
I can play this, right?
You
In the
can
sealed
play this,
pool.
yeah.
I'll see you later. Bolton,
you?
here we go.
I like that it's like, I can play this, right? It's like looking for confirmation. That's a great hit.
So are all of the legendaries cold foil? That's
Yes.
the thing I can. Okay, so
Yeah, legendaries are cold foil.
Right
on. And then like majestic cold foils are really rare. Like that's
Right
cool to
on.
hit no matter what they are.
that makes sense.
And then obviously fabled are cold foil. But so update on my collection so far. This is a great step one.
Man, look at
to hit
that
it.
card,
It's
though.
gorgeous.
That is what you want
The
in
light's
cold
hitting
foil.
it right here. Yeah,
You
all
need
the armor
metal
is the
in
best.
cold
Yeah,
foil.
it's
That's
true.
the whole point. It's cold.
So I've opened 2 Doomsdays, which is Lelia's legendary one of card. I opened a Carrion Husk, which is the shadow equipment.
Beautiful.
And I opened the Alt Art Galaxy Black, which is super
didn't know
sweet.
that.
Yeah.
Very good for you, man.
I was very happy. That's like, I opened it, I was like, oh, cool. And then I found out it was super rare. I was like, even cooler. That's fine. So this is great because I don't have this. And it's a generic warrior card that's really good.
Yeah, it is. It is incredible.
So
is the rating of this card going down as we breathe around it? You know,
No, I
like has
don't
it gone
think so.
from a 9 to an 8 already?
it doesn't matter.
You're taking it to a 7 here with
So
your
one,
classless hands.
you put right, you get the perfect fit sleeve. Then check this out.
Done. Now tell me, how do you do this
All right.
without?
This was like revolutionary. Tim taught me this. So I have it where the opening's on the bottom, of course. So this sleeve will be right side up. So it kind of seals it.
You want to
right?
have this seals like a record,
Yeah.
like a vinyl.
So you put a regular card in front of it.
This seems smart. Now, is this actually going to work?
Yeah, well,
So does it just keep it popped out a little bit as you?
I'll show you once I get it. in
Uh-huh.
there.
Here we go.
All right. Then it basically just means that when you're sliding it, it doesn't slide down in the
It
sleeve.
doesn't pinch.
And then you reach in and grab this one and hold this down.
Yeah. Tim
That took like 2
has
seconds.
weird life hack stuff like
Yeah,
that.
he sure does.
How does he know all that stuff?
I don't know. He Googles it, I guess.
Maybe.
Anyways, Valiant Dynamo, that is definitely high on my list of cards I wanted to pull. So
Gruder asking, what do you guys think about the rarity distribution in boxes, cases this set, cases with 2 fableds, etc.? I think that's great, man. I mean, it's supposed to be pack-based distribution, so presumably you could have a case where every single pack has a fabled. Like that's what randomness should look like, right?
well, you could have a box that every pack was fabled.
Yeah.
Technically, I like it. I like it for this reason.
Beautiful card.
I also like them doing 6 legendaries for 2 reasons. One, Crucible could be a big feel bad because
You're going a different place with them.
people would open like 10 boxes and pull none legendary. So like, to spend $1,000 on 10 boxes and get none of it is, I understand if it's not like every 3rd box I get a thing, but like none at that level is pretty bad. The second thing is having a case that, statistically speaking, and the randomness is important, where someone can't just open, like we opened this first box, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like technically, if it were perfect distribution, these 3 boxes that are left in this case don't have a legendary.
Right.
So
Welcome to Star Wars Destiny. Am I right?
100%. People would open packs, they would pull out their 6 legendaries, there's 8 packs left, and it's like, I guess I'll just sell 8 packs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I saw someone who was, I think it was Grindle on our Discord server, who opened a library from one of the cases we sent.
Yeah.
In the second box, and was like, I might just stop and sell the other boxes, and decided to open the other 2 anyway, and got 2 more legendaries.
My gosh. See that? Yeah, that's good. That's
So
how it
like,
should work.
I like that incentive for me.
Packs should always potentially have the hot sauce. That's the whole thing. And that
Like,
actually,
always be
again,
possible of it happening.
again, that is another pro LGS way of doing things, where like
The
you
next
selling
pack can always
packs
be a
on
thing.
the counter is
Yeah.
like, well, it could have something. It doesn't, because I remember with Destiny, if people knew that the box that we had on the counter in the store had already had the legendaries pulled, they wouldn't buy packs.
Sure.
Because it was already distributed across the box.
Well, and
right?
the most common thing was kind of the opposite of that, which is, let's say we're doing a lot of sealed events, right? And so it might be that we open half a box to finish out a sealed pool, and there's half left. And so what we would always do is, if there was part of a box left, we would basically make sure the packs were available to whoever's participated in that sealed pool to like evenly buy. Because if they open the packs and none of the legendaries get pulled, you know there's 6 left out of those 12 packs.
Yeah.
And so it's like
True.
you don't want them to not have the opportunity to get those packs. Someone else walks in and they're like, oh, no legendaries are open there. I'll buy the rest of that box. Kind of a
Yeah,
thing.
that's very relevant.
Yeah. But I much prefer it to be like somewhat random.
Bradley saying, congrats. I've opened 6 boxes. 5 have had a legendary. The other was a cold foil majestic.
Wow.
Some hot sauce there.
That's insane luck.
And remember, okay, also selection bias or whatever you call it.
Confirmation bias?
Not quite confirmation, but it's basically the people online, usually that are posting their images and describing what they pulled are the ones that did well. So like you have this selection of like the only thing you're seeing is people who hit hot sauce on every box. And the majority of us are not. Like you watch our last stream, like we open a number of boxes and it's like, yeah, this is fine.
Yep.
But like we're not like hitting it out of the park. And that's the majority of packs. And
that happens particularly bad in Pokemon. Like a new set will come out and there'll be a really hard to get Charizard. And then it's like, I've seen this 100 times, which is like, it seems like they're printing a ton of these Charizards, but it's like, if you pull the library, the first thing you do is go to wherever you, like you go to the Discord, you go to Facebook and you're like, oh my God, I got the library. So you're not hearing from everyone else. But like, from what I've seen, I mean, they do a pretty good job of, if you bought 8 boxes as an example, you're probably getting about 2 or 3 legendaries.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's more, like Bradley. 5 out of 6 is insane.
That's a lot.
You go buy a lottery ticket just in case.
Dude, look at that foil glisten. Isn't that nice? You seen this?
Yeah, it looks great.
Man, I've got a bunch of glistens in here, and I've got to play... Oh, I can play that with Bolton.
Definitely you can play that. You got to play Bolton.
Exude confidence. Bada boom. That's a good generic to pull on sealed.
As many of those as we can get, yeah.
Now, these are really important, is that right? Because like you might run 3 of them, basically. Like they're going to be a hot sauce card, you think?
I think it's just, I want at least 6 of them so that we can both play 3.
Right on.
Because it's a generic attack that's like pretty good at doing its thing.
Okay. The Wopocalypse. This is why no pictures of me opening anything exist.
So I also, one thing playing a little more this weekend and then sorting. Sorting actually took me to a whole new place because it made me realize 2 things that are really amazing. One, Legend Story Studio are very clever and smart in that I was sorting like my Brute cards, right? Yeah. There's only like 9 or 10 cards in each of these. But there's actually 30 because of the different colors of each of the cards. So when you're sorting by just the art, there's only 9 stacks, which is nice. But that's a very smart thing for a publisher to do.
Like basically design a limited number of cards and then have a system that allows them to be expressed in deck building in a multiplicity of ways.
It's great for deck building. It's great for art costs. It's great for production, etc.
Yeah, super smart.
But I realized in our last game last Tuesday, this is an important thing if you're playing in Monarch Sealed. The neutral pool actually the generic pool has its own identity. And it was we did one with 12 packs.
Yeah, and very different, wasn't it?
I did one 12-pack with Tim on Saturday as well, and I had like 5 Minnowism, 4 Belittle, and a good number of 0 attacks like Frontline Scouts.
And you were rolling.
And I had 5 Overloads.
My gosh, isn't that something?
Overload's crazy.
Didn't we talk? I told you Overload. I think is like like this is an important card.
Seriously, yeah. So
cheapest dominating the game.
I think in a 12-pack scenario, if you ever find yourself there, you really need to look at your generics and what you can string together. But like Warmonger's Recital, Minnowism, and Overload, or Frontline Scout and Belittle, those cards all come together, even Seek Horizon. There's a lot of low 3 or less attacks that hit.
Yeah.
And you have ways of kind of making them ridiculous. And Overload being the preeminent dominate
attack.
But it's kind of really, like even just looking at my neutral pool here, which is kind of covered up on screen. I start separating, like Warmongers is a generic, I think that goes, I basically run every copy of that no matter who I'm playing. But there's kind of this low cost, low attack group.
Yep.
And then there's
your 6s.
The biggies, but there's not very many 6s.
There's not a lot, man.
That's why I do think Levia struggles in Sealed so much, because we got a lot of 6s in the first couple of sets in the generic pool, and you're not seeing them here.
Yeah.
Like I have 1 among all of my neutrals here.
I'd like for you, Zach, to take a moment and just realize the armor that I pulled in this.
You have the whole suit.
All Ironhide plus the Valiant Dynamo. And in case I didn't, I did also pull the Ironhide legs.
Just in case.
I got all 4 pieces. I've never seen that before.
Meanwhile, and also armor is really defining here. Example, I got stubby hammers, right? So stubby hammers with all those little attacks is phenomenal. Like it's crazy.
It's the turn. There. Like it's basically your Courage of Bladehold turn.
And I got the blood drop brocade, and then I basically got shadowed up, no light as well. So I also have the Dreamweavers for my hands if I want to go illusionist, and the Halo of Illumination. That's the first time I pulled that in a sealed pool. Actually.
Very nice.
And then I have shadow boots and a shadow head.
That's a lot of good gear actually.
But it's weird. It's none armor.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. That's right.
I literally got none of the armor pieces. So I have a pretty good. I can go light or shadow very effectively with this setup because I have 3 pieces either way, and then if I go shadow brute, I have a 4th piece.
Yeah.
But even if you're playing stubby as an example, all of these cards get really good.
So good. Hey, Jordan, you trolling us here, Jordan Hightower? Honest question. I guess it's really honest. I thought Overload was horrible. Why is it good? Here's why.
Yeah.
Because it's a giant sponge for all of your pump cards that then make it the game-ending attack in Blitz. Like, if you go double Minnowism into Red Overload, you probably have won the game.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, Blitz,
Blitz,
sealed
particularly
limited environments, like, you just don't have tools to get around that card.
So, like, what I was doing a lot of times was, like, setting up on the bottom of my deck when I could, right? Minnowism, Overload. And then if you also have something like Stubby Hammers, or you hit into Warmonger's Recital, it's like a lot of games I would finish with like a 9-10 damage dominate attack.
Right.
Just to seal the deal at the
It's like
end.
7 guaranteed.
Yeah. And once you get them down to 7 or 8, at that point it's really easy if I know that's on the bottom of my deck to block with everything, swing with one thing, and put any amount of pressure on, and I'm just burning my deck down until I get to that point.
Until you get to the
and then I
magic.
know they're not really going to be able to do much about it. Also, Talisman of Dowsing, almost an auto include every copy.
Oh yeah, dude, it's so good. Especially if you're going first and you see a copy or 2. Heaven forbid, bomb.
There's so little spell, like arcane damage prevention.
It's not easy.
Yeah. What up, Scott? Awesome. Saying now that I got my tax return, ordering 2 Arkham Mythos boards.
All right.
Well, enjoy, man.
From Uncle Sam to the old TC.
But I do think that that's a great that exact thing, right? Overload's a card you could easily overlook when you're just kind of loosely evaluating what a set brings. But the valuation of stuff in sealed is so much different than constructed or blitz, honestly, that having access to dominate, there's very little of that in this set. And so that is the card that does it. And it's cool. They put it behind a wall if it's a small attack.
It's a 0 cost dominate attack.
Yeah.
It's just ready.
Even getting it to 5, a lot of times by the end of the game, no armor, and you only have 2s in your hand.
Yeah.
So to be able to sneak in 3 damage on a 0 cost attack is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my armor doesn't really write anything off for me. My neutrals I kind of have divided. And then I'm looking at the talent stack is pretty important to this whole conversation. How many Banish Stones?
Seeing Stubby's so good with Bolton. So good, man. So let's look at...
Also, Consuming Aftermath. I got the red version. Particularly good. It's a 6 damage attack with Dominate if you banish a shadow card. So, again, banishing a shadow card in Levia, fantastic. Because you can forcibly banish a 6 damage shadow card.
And then save yourself. But even in Limited, man, Levia, once you turn the gas on, you got 3 turns.
You got to go.
You need to win now.
Yeah. The other thing is against, or in Chain, if you give the first thing you do go again, you play Consuming Aftermath, it gets Dominate. Whatever you put in the Banish Zone, you're going to play.
Right.
Which is just fantastic.
Yeah,
so
Chain runs the show with those plays. Very nice. Okay, look, double plow through on the rare slot here is extremely important for this warrior build. Next weapon attack gains +3, and if it's defended by an attack, it gains +1 until end of turn. Seeing these kinds of pumps come through in a Bolton exchange with Courageous Steel Hand on the attack reaction, these are 3 really strong pump your attack cards. So I like seeing that. And then when I'm looking at Bolton, man, I'm looking at, so Stubby is going to give a lot of my warrior attacks +1, which is going to be big for the Bolton go again, go again, go again turn. So I really like Stubby Hammers in a Bolton build like this. It's tempting to play a 6 damage red pound for pound here, just because the 6 damage dominate attack if it's the moment for that. But also, it's a 6 damage anti-illusionist attack, which also is extremely relevant. Exude Confidence, just always play it. Overload at 3, I'm playing Stubby. I'm definitely going to be playing this card. And then a Frontline Scout at 3 is questionable. I'll look at that as we get into the deck building later. Zealous Belting doesn't make a lot of sense for Bolton because most of my cards are going to be less than 5 attack. So this one I can kind of pass on in my mind. Blue Outmuscle is actually a very reasonable include here. It's a 3 for 4, which is bad math, but you're going to use it to pay for a lot of your Bolton turns on a blue, so it's going to help your curve out. And then also, it's going to be hard for Zach to defend with a card equal or greater attack, depending on what he plays. Like, if he's playing Chain, that's extremely difficult for him to do. If he's playing Bolton, that's pretty difficult for him to do. So it can force a lot of those higher attack cards out of hand, even if he does have them. So it's an interesting card. I like this card for the design of the game, ultimately. Adrenaline Rush, that's reasonable. In blue, I don't know. But in Bolton, I think so. If you happen to be able to... anything that can give itself plus strength in Bolton is just going to be worth thinking about. Yeah. It's like, well, he can give this go again. So like a 2 for 5 with go again is something that I'm interested in. Yanti Yanti is just not this deck. Blue Belittle without any minnowism is not something that I'm looking for. Memorial Ground coming into play. I might hit these into the deck if my curve is ready for it. Rip Through Reality is a Shadowrun Blade action, so I don't know how it's in here. Warmongers at blue is actually pretty interesting. Can do a +1 to power Bolton, or it can just be a blue card for your curve. Frontline, not sure. Red Adrenaline Rush is playing right into the pocket. Really, yellow Adrenaline Rush is the card. It's the one that you want. Surging Militia, I like in Bolton, because again, if they block with anything, you can give it go again. And then Trimmer, probably not relevant for Bolton, because I'm not going to be controlling the Banner Zone. Yeah, Jordan, I love taking 16 damage so I can send back 8. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Invigorating Light. Glisten. Yes. And, you know, I'm not good at sealed yet. So you got more experience now, too, so you got to watch out. So I'm making a stack of all the cards that I'm interested in playing, and I'm just removing the cards that just have no synergy. Like Yanti Yanti requires auras. I don't have auras. Not going to play it. Rally the Rear Guard is actually potentially a blue include here, so I might think about that. Zealous Belting doesn't make sense for me. Belittle with no minnowism doesn't make sense. Blue Frontline Scout is hardly lighting the world on fire. So I just cut this stuff that I don't need, and then I'll start making actual cuts here in just a second.
Cold Pizza saying you banish when giving go again with Bolton. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, you do. You do that. What is that? The blue Trimmer at 4? That's actually not bad.
Well, you can, if you banish to give it go again.
Yeah. Well, it has to get the +2 before you can do that. So unfortunately, that wouldn't work. So it would have to be the second thing that you played.
But then it fits into your, it's got more attack than it started with.
Yeah, so like, you know, you just have to think about a world where, so you attack, you've already given something go again on the initial attack, throwing the Banish Zone. Then you play Trimmer. Then you give it go again. It's at 4. Then you give it go again, and then it's like, it could be okay. It's blue, so it might work it in if the curve needs it.
It is interesting. So on Chain, when it comes to sealed things I've been doing, one, any card that can go in that is reasonable goes in. he needs a stack of cards as deep as the state of Texas.
Defending attack action.
Which is just to say that anything that might be useful just goes. He's going to banish a ton of cards, and it doesn't matter what they are. But when you get up to 4 or 5 chains, you need extra life basically, which is cards in deck. There are certain. I mean, like I didn't one copy of Yanti I'm not including, just because I can't actually see myself playing it. But anything I can reasonably see myself playing, I include when it comes to Chain. Chain also has a lot of cheap 3 attack or less attacks. And so out of your banish zone even. So he's a natural fit as well if you get a decent minnowism / belittle pool.
Ryan, the reason I can't do that is because it has to target an attack with attack greater than its base. So does that immediately happen, I guess? Is that what you're saying? That like Trimmer, it doesn't have attack greater than its base, but I can banish a card from Bolt and Soul, and then target attack now does have greater than its base?
If so, better than previously.
Yeah, that would make it better,
because it could be your first attack as long as you have Soul.
Yeah.
Give it +2, give it go again, and let's go.
I guess if you just read the ability in order, technically you can banish a card from Bolt and Soul, and then at that point the attack actually does have greater, so you could target it, but maybe not. Nicola says the effect is continuous. If a card is put in the banish zone, even after the card is played, it would still gain the +2. Yeah, we're hip to that. It's just whether or not you could actually use Trimmer and then use Bolton's ability.
Yeah, because Bolton's ability requires you to target something that already has greater attack than its base attack.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can see where that would be confusing.
I can't imagine you could target it out of the gate before that resolves.
Hey, Sebastian, that's a nice comment. Thank you.
Yeah, to the next decade. That's right.
That's right. I just caught the end of that. It's crazy. We're on the verge of 15 years here. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Let's not talk about it. Let's see, 1, 2.
You mentioned something the other day about conversations we'll be having for decades, and I was like, huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Stands to reason, right?
Robin's saying, I wanted to get into this with a friend, both buy 1 or 2 boxes and start building classic constructive from there, but I heard to get a decent deck, you need a lot of high rarity cards, ? I don't think that's true. I think that's explicitly not true.
Everybody always says that about TCGs.
Yeah.
From the beginning of time, everyone has said this, and then everybody says, no, you don't have to.
Yeah.
And then you can play a certain way, or you can buy certain types of cards, you can buy singles.
I think your idea is actually really great, though, which is if you and a friend are both buying in, the biggest way to not play this game expensively is to really hone in on the classes you want to play. Like if you pick in 1 or 2 classes and your friend is not, like technically right now I'm collecting everything, but Steven and I have the ability to both play anything out of the classes that we have chosen to play. So you obviously get a lot more value out of each purchase at that point, because you do have someone to split with. So that is a lot easier. Even the generics, a lot of times, the various classes want to play are very different. So I think 2 or 3 boxes of Welcome to Wraith or Arcane Rising or Monarch is plenty to get started and to play at a reasonable level. And then there will probably be like the most important piece is, and Legend Story has done this in a very clever way, but there's usually like class-specific legendary equipment that you only need 1 copy of, and it's very relevant for how that class plays. It's not always necessary, but luckily there's unlimited. So even the unlimited versions of those first couple of sets, we're talking a couple $100 per card for the like most rare cards that you would need, and you're only going to need 1 of them. And there are some, like the most expensive things that matter are the legendary equipment that are generic, which means you can actually play them with any of your heroes. So if you're playing 2 or 3 classes, it also brings the most value in that it, like Fandel Spring Tunic, is playable on every character currently. So that's part of why the price is high. It's as rare as the class-specific stuff. It's just that because every class can run it, every player wants it. So whether you're a ninja or a brute or a guardian, you need that card, as compared to like the Mask of Momentum, which is a ninja-specific card. And it is really good, and it's a legendary card. But when the most expensive card you might need is a couple $100, I think the big piece is You need one. In a lot of games like Magic, you can have 4 copies of any card in your deck. So a $300 card in a Magic deck is a very different proposition than it is in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I even think because the classes are so nicely like derived and kind of have their own little card pools that they're playing with. Like for me, if I was playing this just on my own, I would just probably choose a class and it'd probably be Ranger. I would just play Ranger. And so I would buy 1 or 2 boxes. I would sell or trade literally everything that wasn't Ranger or generic that I wanted. And I would use that money to buy a cross wrap.
Yep.
And pretty much be done.
Yep.
I mean, that would be my entire game plan with the game.
And I think a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that hone in on 2 or 3 classes. And like in this set, it's unlikely. We've only ever seen 4 classes per set effectively. Crucible was a little different, but that was a weird set. And so, you know, it's unlikely you're gonna if you are picking certain classes, you're gonna want to play all 4. And so when you buy 2 or 3 boxes, whether you have a friend to get the other parts of them, or you are selling to trade, I think that's a really critical piece. I think that obviously right now is a weird time because the value of this stuff is just crazy. But I think that someone who is playing the game outside the game of collectible games, can easily play most collectible games basically free. Like if you're doing draft and seal when it comes out, you're buying boxes, selling the stuff you don't want, trading the stuff that you don't want. In most cases, you can at least play like close to free or like it's not crazy.
Yeah. Just gotta do a little work, but some people, like, that's the thing, some people find that really fun.
Yeah.
You know, to trade and it's a trading card game, you know, like that's
I enjoy that.
That's where it all started. This is
that
the idea was that people, it's like Pokemon, right? You gotta trade to evolve your Pokemon.
Did you open a Galaxy Black perchance?
Yeah, I got one every
I didn't bring my stack.
Also, 2 questions I saw come in. One was, I need to get these tokens. They will be available very soon. We're doing the master copies right now from our manufacturer friend here in Tulsa. And we'll get those done, and then they'll be up on the website. And then the dice boards will be soon after. Then the second question was, how do you feel the old heroes play with the new or hold up to the new? There is no power disparity between the new heroes and old heroes. I would have no problem thinking Dorinthia could compete here, Azalea could compete here, Ninja could compete. I mean, like, it's all so tightly balanced.
Yeah.
There's not like a runaway, oh my gosh, this is just so good.
I think that's completely correct. I'm really excited to fully explore Constructed with the new heroes, but I'm as excited to play the new heroes against the old heroes.
Yeah, I don't even need to change the decks. I just want to say, like, okay, let's bring Azalea where you were and play against this and see what happens.
Well, and it's kind of interesting because there's not that many things in the new set that change the old decks. There's things like that Valiant Dynamo is a good example of a card that might go into old decks.
Yeah. But you're going to run it over bolters. I mean, that's the big question Warriors got to ask.
Like there's roughly 300 new cards in this set, and 230 of them aren't even playable with the old heroes.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's not that crazy, and I think they can easily hang.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if one of the new heroes ends up being like top of the meta by the time the next set's coming out.
And they'll play interestingly too, won't they?
Sure. But I think that like I don't expect these 4 heroes to be the top 4, even close, right? I don't know what the answer is yet, but I assume there'll be one that kind of rises.
Cream always rises to the top, as they say.
As the sage Macho Man Randy Savage once said. Anyways, I think I'm not afraid of power creep at this point, really at all. The closest thing to it is Valiant Dynamo, and if you've seen my math on that, I don't even think that's obvious. I actually think Bolters makes a case depending on your deck.
Okay. I've got my money tokens. I've got my action tokens.
Now you need our help.
I got my dice.
I love this beautiful design.
I know, yeah, it's so good, right? All things start, carved from stone, essentially.
Form. Step 1.
Yeah.
Even, Steven?
Yeah.
It's even.
Okay, so I got to think at things again. I think I always go first. I've decided. Also, I want to see how Prism does, like in the grand scheme of the meta, because now does Dorinthia have to run 6 attacks or not? Do you have to now crowd out your sideboard?
My Guardian deck loves it.
Just in case, It's cool.
Can you read the Valiant Dynamo to me?
At the beginning of your end phase, if you've attacked 2 or more times with weapons this turn, you may remove the -1 armor counter.
Okay.
Which it will be very rare and limited at this.
It'll be a handful of times, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, 3 or 4 armor and limited is pretty good.
But in Dorinthia, it will be every turn.
Yeah. Most turns.
Depends on how good you are.
She's also, I mean, there are a lot of turns where you don't get to swing twice with a weapon.
With Dawnblade?
Mm-hmm.
Guess that's why you didn't play Warden.
You're losing if they're swinging twice anyway. Doesn't matter what their armor's doing.
That's true, yeah. Well, you got 7 tokens, but that Dynamo keeps coming back.
And in fact, that's actually maybe the best point. If you're not stopping that first attack against Warrior, against Dorinthia, anyway.
Yeah, true. You're winning more at that point, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, now it's just incentivizing you to block that first attack even better.
And without the bolters, it's a lot harder.
She doesn't have that built in. That's what I'm saying. I mean, my math checks out. Scott Steiner agrees. That whoever posted that comment, that link to that Scott Steiner video talking about the math of him winning his match, just know that truly murdered me in a good way. I laughed. I still laugh when I think about it.
What's a match?
He's a wrestler.
Oh, nice.
Big Papa Pump.
Oh yeah, Big Papa Pump. Yeah, of course.
Of the infamous Steiner Brothers tag team.
We need to just get together and watch old wrestling videos.
Yeah, they're not gonna have to pull my arm. I occasionally subject my wife to them. Something will remind me of something Hulk Hogan or Sting did. And it's like, you gotta watch this video, it's so cool. And then it always ends with, I cannot believe you thought this was real. I was 8.
All right.
I thought Peter Pan was real.
I've got news for you, man.
Bring it on.
Let's kick it off with a 0 cost. Blue Express Lightning, additional cost. I'm going to charge my soul. As such, if you block with an attack action card, it gets +1. As such, I could technically give it go again.
As such. You know, what they say.
I don't care what they say. I won't stay in a world without love. This is an interesting reality because, like, I know that a lot of attack cards in this set have 2 defense because you got a lot of generics, right? So it's like, I don't know. If you block it, you take a damage, and
yeah.
But you got to block it.
You got to block it. I'll block 4/2.
Exactly. So it goes to +1.
You got it.
And we go to attack reactions. Now, I could banish this card here to give it go again. I have no interest in doing that.
I know you don't. This is not the time to do that.
So I'll pass reactions, you pass reactions?
I'll pass. Take 1.
All right.
Call me in the morning.
You take 1. I get 1 in the arsenal. And we go.
Wow, Andy. Well, hey, you're welcome. Thanks for trusting us to get you that box and being a customer. Says, hello, Zach and Steven. I just wanted to say thank you. I ordered 1 Monarch booster box from you guys. And I pulled Library of Solana. What a surprise. Thank you for all that you do. Happy to do it and happy to have you here. Congratulations. That's the story I love.
Yeah.
So there were some concerns when we were selling out of our first edition subscription. People were like, do you not have a cap on people who are, whales and stuff? But like the vast majority of customers are buying like 2 to 6 boxes.
Yeah.
And someone buying 1 box and getting the Fabled. That is what collectible games are for, man. That's got to be so exciting.
Especially because, I mean, nobody really knows how much effort it took for us to open all of those packs, set them up with legendaries and majestics in a nice way.
I know, man.
Reseal them, send them to customers, and keep the trash for ourselves.
I saw someone saying, the trash over there. I saw someone saying, I feel like everyone who bought from TC is getting a Fabled. And I was like, I can neither confirm nor deny that that's what's happening.
Is it in the contract? Is it in the deal? I don't know.
I will say,
work some things out.
So the Crucible set, literally, Rudy from Alpha Investments opened a box and pulled the Fabled on street. Like before the set came out, it was like they sent him 1 box, and I'm sure they were like, "There's no way there's a Fabled in there." And then we were opening my case that I got, and I pulled a Fabled, and people were like, "Oh, it must be rigged that like these things, like they sent them the boxes that have the stuff in it." Not true.
I don't know. We'll never know, will we? Jerk's on the waiting list. We'll
I had
get
the same result. I got 1 box and I got a Fabled.
Great, guys. So, what do you do? So, Thomas didn't get any Fabled from us, so you must have sent him the wrong box.
Must now be false. All right. Draw a cup.
Yeah.
Chain. All right. So let's trigger Chain's ability. We're going to get a Soul Shackle.
Create a Soul Shackle.
Next, Runeblader Shadow Action gets go again. I'm going to pay 3. One of them overloads going to the bottom of my deck.
There it goes. Keep your eyes on it.
We're swinging with Galaxy Black for 1. If it hits, it deals 1 arcane damage. It does not have +2 because I did not play something from my Banish Stone.
Valiant Dynamo.
Perfect use of that son of a gun.
It's a great anti-Galaxy Black's pings thing if I can ever get my hatchets online.
Yeah. Then I'm going to pay 1 for a yellow Riftbind for 2.
Okay. All right.
That's awesome. Nathaniel got in on the unlimited subscription. A reminder, if you want in on that, now is the time. I'm going to keep saying that throughout this stream. But excited to see if more first edition spots open up for Kingdoms. Yeah, we're working on that. Definitely the wait list is the way to get notified about that. Thomas says 4 boxes, no payables, and 1 legendary out of 4. Not bad. That's a good case. Nida says, I didn't think Chain's ability worked on weapons. So Chain says, create a Soul Shackle token, your next Runeblade or Shadow action this turn. So it says action, that includes Galaxy Black's once per turn action. If it said action card, it would not work on a weapon.
Whoop. Action card that you play. Okay. So I've got a 2 here. And, you know, we're doing a video. We're actually recording some videos today.
Not live.
Not live, for production. Doing a series on Fab. And this is one of those things where it's like blocking is such an important part of the game and understanding the lines. So like I'm having to just look at what my actual lines are here so that I don't accidentally block with a card that I really need.
What up, Keyforge? Welcome. The Keyforge is in the house.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to block at all. Any reactions?
Take 2, call me in the morning.
All right, taking 2 and calling you right in the morning.
I do not think there are any attack reactions in this set.
There are.
Are there?
Warrior.
Oh, yeah. I don't think Runeblade has access to any attack actions. So you can just assume I'm not, doing that.
I'll assume all right, buddy.
All right, and you know what? Very rarely do I do this, but here I am, putting a card in Arsenal with Chain.
Oh, well, nice. Robin saying, I like how you use 4 6-sided dice for life totals. Very clear to keep track. That's very important to us. I'm glad to hear that, especially as we do more webcam stuff and whatnot. It's good to know that system works.
The Sleeping Gloom, love hearing this. I have had great luck with the boxes you sent me. 2 legendaries out of my 2 Arcane Rising boxes, a tunic out of my 3 Welcome to Wraith boxes. And all of them are unlimited, but stoked nonetheless. I'm really looking forward to my 4 unlimited Monarch boxes coming soon. And I've seen that being asked a lot too. We are expecting unlimited Monarch early June. I think June 4th is the current release date. But if you're a subscriber, we'll charge you, and it'll just automatically show up as soon as it possibly can.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, this is cool. Luke says, I caught up on all your Star Wars CCG streams, and here I am now watching Flesh and Blood.
That's
Thanks
fantastic. Wow, what a journey through tabletop gaming, right? All right, I'm going to play Adrenaline Rush blue for 2, and I'm going to pitch a blue to make that happen. And I'm going to have 1 resource floating. I do have less life than you, which means it's going to be +3, so it's a 5 damage attack.
I love that card.
Yeah.
It's so good in Bolton, too. It's built for Bolton.
Built for Bolton.
Oh, man. 5, you say?
5. Thanks, Jim Bolin. That's great. And I see you on the streams all the time, man. I'm really glad for that. For you to just be into what we're doing. Keyboard's asking, any plans to cover WoW TCG in your Bygone TCG coverage next week? Actually, we're planning on doing WoW TCG, right?
Yes.
It is WoW TCG, not WoW Minis. WoW TCG.
I think it's WoW TCG next.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to block for 3.
Okay. Attack reaction, I will go ahead and banish this to give it go again.
Yep. Take 2. Call me in the
Take 2.
morning.
Calling you in the morning. Then I'll pay 1 for cross the line. Additional cost. I can charge my soul here, which I'm going to do. And it's a 4 damage attack. Coming at you. Cross the line yellow.
He's bringing the heat, man.
Yep. Also, Ryan saying, isn't it interesting? that they simplified the sealed format seemingly by removing a lot of attack reactions, which is cool. That is the weirdest part of the game. Sam is saying, I thought Unlimited was coming out last week of May. It got kicked back 1 week. I believe there was an announcement from Fab.
Yep. Block for 2.
All right, take 2 more.
Call you in the morning.
You did it.
All right. Start on my turn. Soul Shackle. There it is.
Soul
Piercing Shadow
Stinger.
Vise red. If I've dealt arcane damage this turn, it gets +2. We will see what I can do.
+2. What can I do?
The classic. I'm gonna play a. Do you have? I don't think you do arcane.
Do you have the time?
I'm gonna play it anyway just to get it out. I'm gonna play a Talisman Dowsing.
Very nice.
Of Dowsing. Then I'm.
Spend that for money.
I guess
though.
technically I should just wait. Hold on.
Yeah, get that money. Just pay that money.
Let's use Chain.
Get that money.
I'm gonna pitch, pay 1 for. Nah, let's pay 2 for the Piercing Shadow Vise for 4, and it has Go Again.
4 with Go Again.
Gruder, yeah, the Blitz decks are actually shipping out this week. Their release date got moved to this Friday. That's actually going to be a major help. There's a lot of people that didn't get it on first edition that will at least get those decks, and that will let people get a taste.
All right, so 4 with Go Again, and there's no hit effect.
No hit effect.
You know, the Ironhide is just interesting.
It is very interesting.
Because you really got to go all in once, because you pitch a yellow and you block with for 4, or this blocks for 3.
We were literally talking about this weekend. It's like if you're going to Ironhide, you need 2 pieces, and you need to pitch a yellow to do it.
Is Galaxy Black turned on right now?
It is now turned on, yeah, because I played a card for my Banish Zone.
Okay.
So it's the 3 coming at you hot and heavy.
I won't block that. I'll take 4.
All right. Then we'll play a Talisman of Dowsing. Then I'll pay 1 for the 3 damage Galaxy Black.
I'm going to cover that 3 up with a 3.
You got it. Yeah, it was literally opening the alt Galaxy Black was very interesting because I wanted it generically. It's a Runeblade alt. And it looks, I love that. Everything about the art that has the galaxy stuff going on.
Yeah.
All about it.
A little space shadow.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. It's like, well, I don't know. It's cooler than just evil.
Yeah. It was like inverse relief. Because, like, I didn't realize it was super rare. You know? It's rare, but it's not the thing. But, like, I'm really glad I have it and don't have to, like if I got it.
Now it's your
like,
precious.
It's like if you wanted Tunic for a long, like, I wanted Tunic when we were doing our original Welcome to Wraith unboxings, and it was in the last like 10 packs that we opened. It was there, and it was like, oh, thank goodness I got Tunic. Like I really wanted that card, but it happened before I knew I wanted it or that it was desirable, and it was just there.
And then it just became bonus points, basically.
And yeah, it's like, oh, that's just gravy on top of the biscuit. Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna pitch 3 to swing with Hatchet of Body for 2. So I got 2 resources floating here.
Swinging for how much?
2 damage.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Jiminy, I don't think the game is too complicated for new players to get in. I mean, it is the complexity curve did go up, and I think it's just important how you introduce the game and how you demo the game is really, really important. But yeah, this is the maximum that I expect we'll ever have to manage, with the talents being like the last piece. So this is like complex enough that I'm satisfied as somebody who enjoys the game from a very deep level. But you do have to balance, like, how much can we add before new players are kind of run off? So I just think it's about who's teaching you and are you doing a good job of kind of breaking down the concepts.
Turk says, first time catching it live, but I'll say great job on your discussions of Flesh and Blood. Happy to have you here, Turk.
Thank you, Turk.
Rob asking, when do the April League promos ship? Those are going to be shipping in May. Should be shipping at any time, but at some point in May, those will be shipping.
We basically put them in the queue kind of behind all the critical orders and stuff, and right now it's like crazy with Flesh and Blood shipping and whatnot, so they'll get out.
I'm not going to block.
Promise. Okay. No blocks, he says. Well, I'm going to pay 2 for an instant named Glisten. 3+1 counters on my weapons distributed as I like. I'm going to put 2 there because that's happening.
Free money?
Yeah, and then I'm going to put 1 here.
Smart.
I think. Hand me that die, would you? 1 here. And here's the reason that I'm thinking for doing that.
That's right, Steven. The Blitz pre-con decks are shipping out this week.
And tell me what you think about this. So, like, right now you're committed to not blocking. So if I put all 3 here, I'm at a 5. You're going to take the 3 extra damage from Glisten, and I'm going to use Bolton to give it go again, which is what I want. And then I'm going to swing with Hatchet of Mine for 3. You might block that with a 3 or a 2. Then, if I do this instead, you're taking 2 damage for sure. This now becomes a 4. So even if you block with 3, you take 1. But if I put it here, you take that 1 anyway. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why you wouldn't put them on the...
I think you just put them all in while you got the damage, right?
I agree.
Unless I was wanting to give this go again with Bolton's ability, but I can already get the pump from its ability.
I think
so like
you're exactly on.
Glisten it up. So 5. Do you have any responses?
I'll take 5.
All right. Get your response. I got a reaction here. Bolton's going to banish to give it go again. Now I've got decisions here.
No, yellow Glisten is 3. 3 counters.
Yellow Glisten. Sorry, we probably pulled the wrong one. I didn't say it. I need to say those things more.
Sorry, Bryce.
Sorry, Bryce.
You ever have a... Well.
All right. I'm going to pitch to swing for 3. Hatchet of Mine. And at this point, Valiant Dynamo is no longer battle worn. I guess the beginning of the end phase, so I just got to remember. Use that once per turn, and then here's this once per turn.
Cards in hand?
I have no cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. 2 left. Nothing to banish to give this go again, if that matters.
And you haven't charged.
I've not charged, no.
Let's block for 3.
Okay. In phase, Valiant Dynamo, and Glisten counters go away.
It's so good.
Hashtag value.
Soul Shackles. Ghostly Visit. Ooh, and a Seeping Shadows.
Very nice.
You can play it from a Banished Zone, pay 3. The next attack action with the cost 0 you play this turn gets +1 and go again. And this has go again. Woo! The heat.
You got the heat.
Now let's figure out. This is going to be a weird turn. Let's do it this way. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, I'm going to pay 3 for a Seeping Shadows.
Okay.
My next attack card with a cost 0 gets +1 attack and go again.
Okay.
And this
Free.
has to go again. Free. Well, I had to pay 3 for it. But
Sure, but
yeah, just a 3.
you don't have to pay for the go again.
Yeah. Then I'm going to play a Bounding Demagon from my arsenal. It's a 4 damage attack that costs 0. So it has go again. Yeah.
Hashtag good.
I am Chain. Hear me roar.
Okay. Let's think about this.
And then this is turned on.
And there's no hit effect here, huh?
Nope. Just 4 damage.
What's 4 damage anyway?
What makes some hand, Lebowski?
What is 4 damage? What is 4 damage? Okay. All right, I see you.
Game's good, man.
I see you.
Game is good.
I see you, man. What else you got over there? So let's look at this. Let me can I touch your cards?
Yep. So you know there's a 3 damage attack here. And I
Yeah.
have a go again if I use Chain's ability.
Yeah.
And I have a sword.
And you have a 3, so you got a lot of heat coming here. So it's about what heat do I really want to play? What do I really want to mess with here? I'll tell you what I want to do. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
Is it time? No, it's not time yet. I'm going to block it with 3, 4.
Okay. Those boots were made for blocking.
That's right. Oh, I guess we leave them on the chain, don't we?
Yeah. Okay.
I wants to touch them again.
Let's trigger chain. Let's pay 1 for a ghostly visit. 2 floating.
No blocks.
Pass. Take 3. Pay 1. Galaxy Black coming at you for 3.
Block with 3.
You got it. Put a card in arsenal.
Okay. Red Express Lightning for free. Additionally, can charge the soul, which I'm doing now. 4 damage coming at you. Supermax asking, what do you think the trickiest part of the game is for new players to learn? I'd say that basically the reaction phase of the game, and that you have to pay for defense reactions, but you don't have to pay to use cards as defense. And then general stack resolution stuff that can get complex with certain interactions, particularly with Wizard and Runeblade and Arcane damage, are a little bit tricky, especially if you haven't had a lot of experience with card games and timing charts and all that. That's going to be your learning curve right there.
Block for 2.
Okay. Take 2. Call me in the morning.
Chain, chain, chain. These are irrelevant. Great. Nothing matters over there. All right, let's play a yellow minimalism. Let's trigger chain. Let's play a Arcanic Crackle yellow. 1 arcane damage followed by
Taking it.
2 standard damage.
Is this with the minimalism?
That's right. It's 4,
it's 4
standard damage. Yeah, it's better than I told you it was.
Interesting. Well. Let's do it this way. Let's block 4. Two.
Okay.
Taking 2.
I'll pass. You take 2. Then I'm going to play a red Lunartide Plunder for 7. If it hits, I can banish it and a card into my opponent's soul.
Out of money, out of cards?
Out of money, out of cards. Technically, I can instant to get a money if I really wanted over here.
I'll block with 7.
Yep. You love to see it.
In my all red hand, it's like, uh-oh. And then my turn, I'll pass. Back to you.
Okay. 4 chains. I'm going to put these down here because they're irrelevant. Irrelevant. Oh, no. I wanted that card. Bounding Demagon. That matters. Yellow. These don't matter. All right. Let's look at this. All right, let's trigger my ebb and fold.
Ooh, yeah.
Pitch a yellow, 1 floating. It says banish a card from my hand if it's a shadow card. Draw a card.
So good. Both the Halo and Ebb and Fold really power these new heroes.
Red Void Wraith going away. I can play it from here. It's a 2 for 5.
It's 2 for 5. Just old-fashioned 2 for 5.
An old-fashioned 2 for 5. All right.
Old-fashioned.
Okay. Interesting.
What's up, Dino Gamer? Just secured a pre-order for Crucible of War Unlimited and signed up for the Unlimited Booster subscription. Happy to be a part of the TC family.
All right.
So happy to have
welcome.
you. It's
That's
great.
awesome.
Hop in the Discord if you'd like.
You should definitely hop in the Discord. The link's in the footer of the website.
Also,
Flesh and Blood
I
channel
made a
there
link.
is amazing.
cov.link/Discord. I made it.
Okay, great.
That's it
So if you go
forever.
to Cov,
cov.link/Discord.
they're off the races.
It'll
It's
get
on
you
that new insert too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That's that link.
Yeah, I got the new invoice insert. Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna crack stubby hammers. It's hammerers.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is the
Let's
turn.
find it.
The past 3 turns is like exactly how I wanted the past 3 turns to go. We'll
Great.
see if it works. Yeah, oh, sweet. I'm gonna use my leftover resource to play Belittle.
Nice.
As additional cost, I can reveal an action card with a base attack of 3 or less. I'll show you a yellow overload.
Uh-oh.
To search my deck for a name Minnoism. I don't even know if I have. Oh, I do. And it's a red Minnoism.
Uh-oh.
So this is +1 because of stubby hammerers. And then this is going to my hand.
Yeah, this is 4 up. 4 up.
This is actually such a good example of what we were talking about earlier with Overload.
Yeah.
It's going to be good. David, the league prizes for April have not shipped yet. They'll be shipping sometime in May. Pretty soon, relatively. But we'll get those out the door as soon as we can.
So you currently have 3 cards, a yellow overload and a red minnowism.
You know that.
Yeah. So let's just assume that your next attack is 5 dominate. Just assume that with a soul shackle.
6 technically because of that.
Yeah, 6 with dominate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm currently at 8. You got poor showing, and then let's assume.
Technically, my next thing is probably going to be something I can give go again to.
Yeah, like one of these guys.
Yeah.
And you've played it on attack. So Bounding Demagon becomes +1.
Yeah, and it's +1 from Stubby technically, so that would be a 4 if I swung with that.
Okay. Four damage.
I could also potentially play a 5 damage here with go again and not get the Stubby benefit.
Stubby.
Stubby.
All right, let's do.
Dino, I love that comment. You see that? It says it feels at home.
Oh, good.
Welcome.
Block that with 3.
All right.
I'll take one.
Mm-hmm. All right. Chain.
Chain.
Let's pitch a blue to play Void Wraith for 5 damage with Gogan.
Five damage with go again. You got 1 resource floating. We know you got a 5 damage overload attack coming in after this.
I could also just play a 4 damage thing,
So
drop all
5
these
or
in
a
Arsenal,
4.
and then have this next round. Depends how many cards you got left. If I don't need Dominate, it doesn't matter now, does it?
Doesn't matter, does it?
I can save that old hat trick for next round.
Let's block with 3 there.
Okay, take 2.
Take 2.
You got 2 cards left.
2 cards.
So now I gotta ask myself,
How big a boy are you?
because this also saved me health by just playing it.
True.
And you got all that fancy armor. So I'm actually just gonna play this for 4.
That becomes interesting for me. You really can't You really just cannot go. You cannot go to 1 in case you have just an arcane damage card. That's not acceptable.
Josh, we outlined what prizes were potentially available, but when the league before starting, and we clarified that throughout. But yeah, we aren't going to notify people what they're getting. They're just going to show up.
This does not have go again?
Nope. It's the end of the chain. If it had go again, this would be insane.
I'm going to block that for 4.
You got it.
Yeah.
If I could get another attack in.
Like if I got out of the Ebb and Fold and Stubby turn,
you can survive anything.
I feel like now I just need to get.
So are you just passing?
My heat turn, yeah.
Okay. Chains trigger. Nothing. 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 Nothing.
It's fortunate. See, that's what you gotta wait for, you know.
Okay. Okay. Let's use chain.
Woo!
We're gonna play a red Arcanic Crackle, 1 arcane damage, and then a 3 damage attack with go again.
3 damage with go again, he says.
David asking, have the Blitz decks been sent out yet, or were they affected by shipping delays? They were affected. They're releasing this week, so they should ship this week. For anyone unfamiliar, we have a subscription for the Blitz decks as well. It's its own thing. Each subscription comes with 1 of every Blitz deck that comes out. And we're out right now, but you can sign up for the wait list to be notified when we add more of those. That's awesome, Jim.
Block him for 3.
Okay. I'm going to rip through reality. Cost me 2. It has go again because I have dealt arcane damage this turn. 3 damage attack.
Okay. 1 card left in hand.
1 card left in hand. Oh, wrong card. It's a yellow.
And that, yeah, no
Yeah.
resources floating.
No.
So you can pitch for a galaxy for 1, potentially.
You also have not seen the cards that you know I had.
Mm-hmm. The big boys.
Yeah.
Gotta find. I mean, you will run out of deck very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also looking at that math right now. I'll block that with 2.
Okay.
Take 1.
And then I will red Minnowism into Overload for 5 damage.
All right. Ironhide. And we'll pay it off for 4.
You got it.
Take 1.
Woo!
Got 1 card. And I don't think I can play it. These actually go now, don't they? Not that it matters. It's kind of too important. Yeah, I'm going to hold. And just pass right over to you.
Give me 1 second.
2, 3.
It's interesting. Look at my hand.
Did you do your banish
Not yet.
party yet?
I'm still on your turn. I haven't instant. I
Okay,
might do.
cool.
Do it, yeah. Okay, banish. So then I am out of deck. 2 Void Race, blue and a yellow. And these don't matter. Okay.
Just straight up play them.
Yep.
3s and 4s.
Let's use chain because he don't matter no more. We're gonna blue Lunar Tide Plunderer. 5 damage, go again, and if it hits, I can banish it and a card from your soul.
Okay.
What up, Ash?
Well, block with 5.
Mm-hmm. And then let's pay 2 and play a yellow Void Wraith.
You got it. All instants.
Oh no! So my plan was, I assumed you could block for like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Hopefully, and then basically instant to put Arcanic Cackle onto my deck.
On
These
the
go
top.
under. If I can get you, if I get 1 damage in, then I'm gonna draw these. I'll take my blood debt,
Do the arcane.
and then as long as you can't murder me, I can do the arcane, play this, and hope that's enough. Ish.
I was always like 1 card away on the defense from cracking open a significant turn. And he just kept forcing me to block with that 1 extra card.
That tempo is so important though, man.
Pound for pound with Ray of Hope is like the next thing, 7 dominate. So I'm thinking if I can at least get you down to 4, that's a game winner.
Yeah.
And then Red Glisten.
Well, would dominate and go again.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh,
So
my goodness.
I had 1 turn, like this was sitting there the whole, I was like 1 turn away every time from launching that and
Literally,
just couldn't find it.
The moment you had that, I just started applying all the pressure,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is crazy. Like, and that's what with chain. Once you get up to 4 or 5 chains, that's kind of how he operates in an ideal universe.
I also think that honestly, if against chain, I probably am just going to block the whole time. I don't know that you have the heat and sealed to actually finish the game if I block literally everything.
That is
you
the
do.
question, right?
And I would like to know that for sure.
Well, on the next episode,
We'll find that out shortly, I'm sure.
yeah, it's like that Azalea Bravo math I did early on, which is like, oh wait a second, if I just block everything, does he even have enough arrows?
Yeah.
At the time, the answer was no.
It's really a good question, and that's something like in sealed we'll have to pay attention to because I just don't know math-wise if you can actually get it done.
Yeah.
In 30 cards.
The balance I'm always striking is like, I think there's a time to start using the chains. It's very easy to want to do it every turn because it's so much more efficient. But like the longer you can go without loading up on the chains, you can kind of start jockeying for position early on, where you kind of get them lower on health before you start destroying your own deck. How long that goes for, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be because you also have to wonder, like, if you're not using Go Again on those Soul Shackles, they're going to have a lot of cards to attack you with.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, so it's kind of a nice trade-off. But yeah, I was just like I always felt like I was 1 card away.
Yeah, and I even had that, I played the red Lunar Tide Plunderer, and it's like, you can't let me get it.
No, it's too good. It's just too good. Because the card in the soul powers that whole turn, so it's like, oh, too big. It's too big. But Dynamo's good, I think I hit it twice.
Yep.
So 2 armor. It's the most you'll see in sealed.
Obviously, in constructed, I think it packs some more punch.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be insane because you'll just consistently be attacking with 2.
If you can do me a favor, here's what I need. Any foils, of course.
Foils.
And then anything that doesn't have a gray common symbol on the bottom.
Foils and non-commons is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Coming at you.
I actually weirdly enjoyed the sorting process this weekend, but also having not done it with the set so far, being able to basically eliminate the commons from that process makes
Way
it
better,
so
right?
much easier. Yeah.
We're doing that with like saga sets and stuff.
Yeah.
Once you can get out of the woods on those things, it's like,
with the saga sets,
goodness.
once we're done with commons, yeah, it is so much easier. Same thing.
you don't need common equipment or tokens or anything like that. I
No,
imagine.
we can keep the tokens out because we might need them for just general play, but otherwise, no. And soon, it might be after today, the rares will also not be necessary.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How many boxes do you think before you kind of have your play set of rares?
So I've opened 8, and I have at least 4 of every rare.
Okay.
And 5, 6, 7 of most of them. So I'm almost, I get 6 of each so that we can both have them in our decks at the same time.
Nice.
So I would say 3 or 4 boxes probably get you the playset of everything rare and below.
All right.
Like 1 playset. Which is not bad. I mean, a case is definitely going to get you there.
Case. Okay.
All right.
Done.
And
Commons out.
keepers.
Keepers in. Commons out. Make sure this was the actual deck. Check it for foils. Done. Commons out. Tokens here. Complete. One round.
On to the next batch of
Finished.
packs.
We're using 12mm D6s, Jason. To the packs. Feels good
Pac-Man.
every time, you know?
Yeah. I do like opening packs.
Did you make a Pac-Man joke?
Yeah.
Cool.
Pac-Man.
Wow. That's a triple. That's
And a song.
Yeah.
And a Batman
A
joke.
Batman joke about Pac-Man is a joke about packs. It's the kind of thing you tune in for, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's next level, you know,
This kind of humor is unattainable by other channels.
by mere humans and not robots.
I've got to sort these now. Yeah, you're like already sorted. You're already done. What the heck?
What the
What's wrong with you?
just making it happen in a tournament environment. The sooner you get sorted, the more time you have to make a bad decision.
That's right. To lose. Rune Blade. Illusions. Woo! Prismatic Shield. Every time I see that, I'm like, I don't know, maybe. Let's go.
Yep,
Because this is good.
that's what you want to see. Lots of it.
Plasma Fett token. I wouldn't mind it.
The world's most infamous bounty honey.
It's like I just don't see the right words.
Herald of Triumph is an intense looking card. I wouldn't want to run into that Herald. You have a favorite neutral yet?
You know, I really dig Adrenaline Rush. I kept
Really-
almost playing it last time.
Really good card.
Shadow Runeblade, where are you? There you are. A lot of Runeblade cards so far.
The Will Apocalypse. He's just trying to get to that library faster.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if we pull library, it might just stop the stream. I can't continue.
Apparently it looks quite nice.
That's what I've heard. And I've seen screenshots.
Wouldn't you like to see it for yourself?
I would. I sure would. Oh, hey, I haven't pulled this card yet. Dread Scythe.
Oh, you got a Scythe.
It's not foil or
It's not
anything.
foil. I want to throw it away.
Runeblade weapon, two-handed, once per turn action, costs 3. 3 damage attack, so it doesn't have the Galaxy Black thing where you need to play something out of your Banish Zone to use it. Whenever you attack with it, deal an arcane damage. What? Oh my goodness, this is a sealed machine.
Is it whenever you attack, deal 1 arcane?
Yes.
Oh, goodness gracious. Get out of here.
Got
Got to play that,
if
right?
you're playing sealed, like if you happen to be fortunate enough to be in Auckland or Australia or New Zealand or anywhere those events are happening, and you open this card, play Ruin Blade, and do not use Chain. Just swing for 3 and block with everything else.
Every swing for 3?
Swing for 3, pay 3, swing for 3, do an arcane damage.
Wow. Yeah, block and swing for 3. That's insane.
It writes itself.
How do you even...
James says, to see if you have a single sword, you guys just keep everything you open. So typically everything we're opening on stream is product I bought for me. But we are going to be offering singles for Monarch. That process is ongoing. And that hopefully is going to be in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So we're going to launch those. But yeah, we'll have a full smattering. We usually just do first edition. And we just do...
How about a foil Exude Confidence?
Yeah, let's go. That's awesome.
That's sleeveable, isn't it?
That is. Let's just, triple sleeve the double sleeve.
Red Rise Above. Love seeing this.
That's a great looking foil, too. I love that Rain. I like Rain in general. So Rain has a foil looking good. It was like next level.
He loves Rain.
That's a good box.
Yeah.
Foil Exude Confidence with the Dynamo in the same box.
Yeah. I got the hot sauce today.
You're the hot hands. My hands are cold. There you go.
I'm like the inexperienced swordsman here.
Cold Pizza says Steven only likes Adrenaline Rush because it looks like the next Ranger hero.
Hey, I'm into that. I'll take that.
You're not wrong.
This is a generic, impenetrable belief. Dreamweavers. Oh, Invert Existence. Another Shadow Runeblade. Majestic.
I only own one of those so far, so that's something I definitely want to see 2 more of this fine day.
I've gotten so many Runeblade cards. This is nuts.
Is this your time?
Yeah, I think I've got to do it.
Red Seeds of Agony is a card I will be playing a lot of.
Yeah.
And pulling it foil makes my Runeblade heart very happy. Bolting Blade is a good looking card.
Yes, it is. Dreamweaver. Seek.
And you shall find.
Eclipse. Penetrable. Graveling Growl. Got Gallantry Gold. Would have been nice last time.
So if I were playing in a tournament, it does not matter what else I pulled.
Gosh. So many.
What?
Oh, sorry, just so many Runeblade cards.
You have a big pile of Runeblade cards there.
Giant pile. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
If I were in a tournament, I would play Runeblade with this Dread Scythe. Unquestionable. It's so good and sealed. I'm probably not going to play it here, but...
You should. 18. I got 18 Runeblade cards. 18.
That's a lot. You're basically playing a constructed deck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Give me that scythe and I'll just make this happen. Okay.
We don't like the stock. Got an interesting. So for context, I got 10 warrior cards.
Wow.
I won't be playing warrior this fine day.
I need some non-action stuff if this is going to work.
Let's look at my generics. I got a weird pool. I need to get that Dread Scythe in cold foil. Must happen. I'm on a mission from God.
And Soul Shackle is a aura, right?
No kidding.
Yeah, so like Yinti Yanti, I think, is really good with it.
Oh, yeah, it is, I guess. Well, shucks.
There you go.
I ain't played much of this here fab, but that's a great point. So this is a suboptimal. I think this is a. Luckily, I got that dread side because this pool of cards is not good.
This is garbage.
So I got 2 belittle, but 1 minnowism. So that's not really ideal for anybody. I'm trying to see what this even wants me to try to do. It ain't pretty.
I've just got so many Runeblade cards, I have to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to do.
What makes it, man? But these light cards are so good. My gosh. So good. I don't know, man. I'm going to force myself to do it. I'll force myself to play things I don't like these days. I think that's my... This is the way.
This is the way.
I got a bunch of Minnowism. Another good reason to play that. But you only have so many non-actions. 0, you may play it. If it attacks a light here again, +2. Instants, man. You gotta watch out for those instants. They don't block.
They don't.
I've got so many unhallowed rights. And they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, Zach.
What, your unhallowed rights?
Yeah, so they all have blood debt, and you can only play them out of your banish zone if you play a non-attack action card. And it's like, but I only have like 7 of them. Not terrible.
Don't forget you have this, in case that matters.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that in, of course. Peek through the door. Seems as though the grass is much greener. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 30, 31. And then these cards I like too. 2, 3, 4. Brandish probably just doesn't matter as much. The blade. It really does, though. It really does. What are the chances you're able to brandish? Play from your... No, I don't think so.
All right, I'm going chain. Oof! I was convinced.
We're going to have a chain town.
I only had 10 warrior cards and 11 illusionist cards. And I only had 2 light cards. Isn't that weird?
That is strange. Only 2 like general light cards?
Yeah. That's very weird. And my equipment was best for shadow as well.
It is very weird.
Anyways, I only have 2 shadow cards.
Yeah, it's all weird. I got like 7 of each, shadow and light. Screwed up?
I don't think so. I have plenty of cards, I guess. Ish.
Rip through reality. If you're down to an opposing... Yeah, so you want this. If you have dealt... Yeah. So we like these. We like these. Equal or greater strength. The defending hero can't play or activate instants or defense reactions. Okay. It's a fine card for 0. All right. Riftbind, I'm not certain of you. A 1 for 3. I actually have to make real cuts. This is crazy. Action card. Maybe I cut the Unhallowed Rites. But he has so many of them. Okay, let's stick to that. Play Riftbind from your Banish Zone. If you do, it gains +X. Riftbind is just not going to do a lot for me. Vexing Malice is great.
Weird. This is a weird one.
Okay. I'm cutting those guys.
This will be a fun test, kind of.
Torment, Riftbind, Invert. Action, you play if you're banished. Eclipse. It's fine. Just play.
Anesthesia Cat, this is a great question, I think. If someone had told you back in January 2020 that TC would basically be full-time streamers, what would you have thought? I would have thought it was crazy. Not that we would be streaming. We were streaming once a week, but like the idea that we would stream for 5 days a week for most of the year, 4 days now, and that effectively somehow this could be my life is crazy.
Yeah. Agreed.
It is insane. And genuinely, truly, only possible because everyone out there who's willing to support what we're doing and be our customer. So shout out to you for allowing that to happen. And it's really just an honor to be here.
Okay, let's see where we are here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Cold Pizza says, my thought would be, finally.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I'm at 30, but I really feel like my curve is too red heavy, weirdly enough.
So with Shane, I've been going like 38 plus.
Oh, right. We can do that with Chain.
Just
That's right.
pile them in. Anything that's useful.
Okay.
Because once you're on 5 chains, like I had a couple turns where nothing hit and it was totally fine.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, it's just a lot of blood debt. And these Unhallowed Rites are conditionally playable out of the Banish Zone.
Yeah.
And that's scary to me.
But the less often you hit them, like you
Kind of.
have them on the side. I meant if you put a bunch of non-blood debt cards in,
Yeah,
you're unlikely to get more than one at a time.
The problem with Unhallowed Rites is if you can only play it out of your Banish Zone if you played a non-attack action, and the more cards you add, the less non-attack actions you have. So it's doubly bad, which is scary.
So I ultimately had just this is the weirdest chain pool I've ever had. And it's actually all very synergistic. I'm excited to see the mirror match a little bit too. But I have like an odd amount of arcane damage. And like, I think this is gonna win a lot of like I won't be surprised if however they're doing it. This kind of deck, if you get Dread Scythe, it's already a certain kind of good. But then on top of that, getting literally, I'm just gonna pull my cards out that can do arcane damage.
Wow, that's wild.
That lets me get him back.
That's super wild. It's gonna be a hilarious little thing here.
Well, the part of why I'm interested in trying it out is I think I'm actually going to play this extremely different than I've been playing him, which is to say that I'm not going to get a ton of chains.
Ah.
Like I kind of want 1 or 2, and then I just want to swing and play the cards that let me do my thing. So we'll see. I love that card. The way that looks.
Invert.
I got a. I think we pulled it last week. You pulled it on the stream last week. It was foil.
Invert's so good.
And then that staircase.
That looks awesome.
Whatever that is, Archon something.
Archon staircase. Arcanite stairs.
Something like that. Cold Pizza says, at one point, I didn't think TC would be able to beat Rhino Heroic 3 before the end of COVID. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, don't worry. We're back to just like this Galaxy Most Wanted is just a complete vice. I mean, it's crazy. That box is insane.
I've had a lot of thoughts since yesterday.
Yeah?
I have some good hot takes.
All right.
Had some good community conversations too.
Good medium takes. I mean, it's
Sonata Arcanexes and Staircase.
It's just unusual.
It is very
It's
unusual.
good. I mean, I think it's just not the standard that I guess I was expecting it to not be that, but like
It got weird.
it's almost like they should put a disclaimer that's like, hey,
Yeah.
this one's real hard, everybody.
Yeah. But fortunately, it's like, you know, we're 18 months into the game. So I assume most people aren't like,
You know that one person that was walking in like, Rocket and Groot are my favorite heroes.
Yeah,
It's time to finally go, and then they just get pounded.
I would never design a product that way. But here we are. I also think the other thing that it could benefit from, I understand them trying to lower the barrier of entry on it, but is having the campaign, at least the standard campaign set up where you progress, win or lose.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to lose to it once and be like, that was weird. But to feel stuck on it.
Yeah. You just got to keep
Yeah.
pounding. But you do.
Many asking, any insight into why the Crucible Unlimited set is so delayed? Yeah, I have a total insight into this, actually, which is the first two sets came out, right? End of 2019. And then the second set came out in like March, right before the pandemic, 2020. And they had already effectively, or right around that time, March, April, they were hitting print on Crucible. And it was not until late July of 2020. In April, they literally had like no sales happening for this game. Pandemic hit, etc.
Literally.
Yeah. So at that point, by like June, July, unlimited, like the first set is starting to disappear. First two sets. And then literally it was like the week before Crucible came out is when those first two sets actually, like, and the growth rate was crazy. Like it was like a trickle, and then more and more and more and more, and then it was gone. And once it was gone, it went insane, which was right about the time Crucible came out. And so the problem you have at that moment is that you need to print Unlimited, Arcane Rising, and Welcome to Wraith. You need to print as much Monarch as you possibly can, first edition, and you need to get Unlimited going. And you're printing the Blitz decks, and there's only so much bandwidth with these printers. So I think ultimately Crucible is the least important set currently in the game. Even though it has a lot of cards that you want to play in a lot of these classes, I genuinely think that Crucible, if I had to pick which set to not reprint or when to reprint them, what's the priority, Welcome to Wraith, Arcane Rising are the fundamentals of your 8 core classes.
And you can play limited with them.
And you can play limited. You cannot play limited with Crucible. So a new player buys a box of Crucible, only good for Constructed. A new player buys a box of the first two sets, good for everything.
Yeah.
And then also you want to divert as much attention as you can to Monarch. So I think they ultimately decided we're going to print set 1 and 2 unlimited to basically allow new players to keep getting into this game between now and the next set. And we're going to print as much Monarch as we can. And then the fact that we have Crucible coming within hopefully the next couple of months of Monarch and Monarch Unlimited hitting means that they didn't really delay anything. It's just a priority order.
And they compete with Pokemon and Magic and everybody else, you know.
For the printer space.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to print stuff right now. Nobody can print enough.
Mr. M, no, we don't have more details. It's just supposed to be middle of this year at some point. I'm hoping it's because Monarch Unlimited is coming out in June. I would be shocked if they overloaded a single month, but almost lost my deck there. You know,
Too much hand flailing.
Yeah, that's right. Got too emotional in here. Yeah, we'll see. But I'm kind of optimistic for like June, July.
Alrighty.
Even Steven?
Even Steven.
Here to get scythed?
Yes.
It's me. I'll go first.
All right.
Let's just put it to the test. You love to see it. Okay, I guess we will do this. We'll chain.
Chain.
Let's pay 3. Dread Scythe.
Okay.
3 damage and 1 arcane damage.
Mm-hmm. Block 3, take the 1 arcane, obviously.
Okay. Then I will play an Arcanic Crackle, 3 damage, 1 arcane damage.
Take 1 arcane damage. And block. Three.
You got it.
All right.
Boop, boop. I do think Dread Scythe makes chain more sustainable.
Boot, scoot, and buggy. Okay. Whole thing other than the Flesh and Blood. Well, a lot of cool ways this turn could go. That's interesting. How interesting is that, you know?
Welcome to the chain game.
Okay. Pitch a blue. Destroy Ebenfold. Banish a card from my hand. Floating with 2 resources there. Banishing a Rip Through Reality from my hand. If I do, I draw a card.
Oh, it's because I didn't load up my health. The rules say starting health is what it is. We all know that player. Wikuski Santos, and I was thinking Magic was too expensive. So comparatively, I think this is actually a lot less expensive as long as you're not looking at first edition prices. The unlimited stuff is not bad, and the per deck cost, I think this is, from what I've heard from people that play a lot of Magic, this is a much more affordable game than Magic is at a constructed level. The Dino says, does that mean the Welcome to Wraith Blitz starter decks and Ira Welcome decks will be restocked eventually? So I don't think they're redoing the Welcome to Wraith starter decks. Those really aren't Blitz decks either. I would love to see them do Blitz decks for the original heroes at some point. That would be cool. But the Ira deck, I have heard that's being reprinted. Ryan Roper, friend of the show, trustable, source on all things Magic and rules related, says Fab is way more affordable to play the Magic. And I think Ryan has 20 plus years of playing Magic experience. So he would know. If you're actually curious why Kuski, he's a good guy to ask.
Okay. Well, I think we know what time it is. It's time for Soul Shackle. And then we'll hit.
What's this doing?
I banish it with Evenfold.
Oh, got you. Cool.
Then I will pay 1 to swing with Galaxy Black for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go again, obviously.
Yeah. Block for 2.
All right. Consider it blocked. So then we're looking at a big ol' okay. All right. I don't want to take that blood debt, you know?
Ryan, you're not old. You're just experienced.
Pitch yellow to play Rip Through Reality from my Banish Zone. It's going to be a 4 damage attack.
And it does not have a go again.
Does not.
Mm-hmm. I will not block.
Okay. Take 4. Call me in the morning. Throw that in the arsenal.
Let's get my Soul Shackle on. Seeds of Agony red. The next attack action card I play with a cost 2 or less deals 1 arcane damage.
Here we are.
Yep. This deck is actually just busted. If I pulled this at like a giant tournament sealed, I would die.
Feel good about it?
It's like back in the day when we play spoils. And it's like, oh, I got a toolbox elf and a crag hammer.
It's a big moment.
Sealed. And it's like, this is going to be insane. Okay. Let's play Seeds of Agony. Let's use Chain. There I am, getting chains, like I said I wasn't going to. And then we'll play Arcanic Crackle. 2 arcane damage and a 3 damage attack coming at you with Go Again.
3 damage with Go Again, he said. I'll pass defense. No. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pass defense. And then I'll react with Rise Above and throw this on top.
Okay, cool. Has Go Again. Let's pay 3 Dread Scythe. 1 arcane damage, 3 damage attack.
Take the 1. Take the 3 as well.
All right. End of round.
End of round. End of round. All right, chain up. Riftbind happening.
I love that art.
Okay. Let's just do Minnowism.
Mm-hmm. Red.
Red, yeah. And then pitch 1 to play here. Play it from my bench then if I do it against plus X number of non-attack. So it's going to be plus 4. So 7 damage Riftbind coming in.
All right. And no Go Again.
No Go Again. Yeah, that works.
I will block for 3.
Okay.
Take 4.
Take 4. One, 2, 3, 4. All right.
Okay. 2 soul Shackles. That card doesn't matter. That card doesn't matter. So, nothing. All right. Let's pay 1 for a blue dimensional. I don't know how to say it. Gateway.
Dimensional Gateway.
It's got 2 X's in it, so it makes me confused. Opt 1.
Yeah. Throw it on the bottom, keep it on the top.
I'll keep it on the top.
Okay.
This says reveal the top card of my deck. It's a red piercing shadow device. If it is a Runeblade card, deal an arcane damage to an opposing hero.
Got it.
If it's a shadow card, I may banish it.
Maybe, I don't know. You know, it's going to be banished next turn anyway. So.
Well, it would be in my hand, actually.
Whoa.
I will banish it. Those also get insane with all this arcane damage. It's crazy. Then I'll use Chain. Then I'll pay 2. Piercing Shadow Vise. I have dealt arcane damage this turn, so it's technically coming in for 6.
Okay. It has Go Again, yeah?
Yep.
Block with 4 or 5.
Okay. Then I will pay
Take 1.
Yep. Pay 3. Dread Scythe.
You got it.
1 and 3.
Taking 4. All right. Let's play a... Oh, wait. Chain first. Doesn't matter. Play a red Minnowism, and then pitch Vexing Malice for a yellow Adrenaline Rush. That's coming in for 9.
It's bringing the heat now.
Minnowism Adrenaline Rush. Dwarves are angry.
All right, let's block for 3, and I'll put these in. Okay, 2. Block
7 total.
7, yeah.
Take 2. All right.
All right, 3 Soul Shackles, Piercing Shadow Eyes, Rift Bind, and an irrelevant card. All right,
It's something I don't care about.
I do not care. Well, Chain, I lied. I have all the shackles and you don't. What is this?
Got about to block everything.
Yeah. Let's play a Vexing Malice, 2 arcane damage,
Oh, no.
and a 2 damage attack.
There we go. I block for 2.
All right. Then I'll go ahead and pay 2 floating for this Piercing Shadow Vice. I have done arcane damage, so it's a 5 damage attack coming at you.
Okay. Let's do 5 damage, no go again.
No go again. It's the end of my turn.
All right. I'll block for 3.
You got it. 2 damage.
Taking 2.
I take a blood debt.
That's right.
We're not done yet.
We're not blood debt. Finish the top card for Chain. It's a Seeds of Agony. Your favorite and mine.
Love that card.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, let's play Seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Next with 2 or less, gains deal 1. Arcane damage to the hero there. Let's go ahead and Soul Shackle. Let's pitch this here blue. Let's make sure that's right. Yeah. Pitch a blue to play Yellow Rifted Torment from hand. It does have go again. I've got 1 resource floating, and it deals 1 arcane damage, courtesy of Seeds of Agony.
All right. It's coming in for 3.
Yeah.
Let's block it for 3.
All right. Pay 1 Galaxy Black, 3 damage.
Block for 3.
All right. Back to you.
Soul Shackles, 4 of them. Seeds of Agony red. Rip the Reality red.
That should be the end of it.
Yeah, because I can do 2 arcane.
Arcane, yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
But how do you want to do it?
Yeah. Seeds of Agony red. Use Chain. I'll pay 2 for a Rip the Reality. Actually, I don't even use Chain. Rip the Reality.
You got it.
It has go 1 arcane damage. And then it gets
Taken.
go again if you take an arcane damage.
Done.
And then 4 coming at you. Crazy. This is the craziest sealed pool I've ever had.
Block it forever. Yeah, that's Dreadscythe is going to be a thing.
Yeah.
Like you pull that in sealed, that's like just whatever you do, play.
That's what I was saying. You don't have to do anything else but block and swing with that every turn.
I wonder if it's the same. It's not the same for Raiden, and it's just the fact that it's unblockable.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
There's just not a lot of great ways to stop that damage in sealed in this set.
Isn't there literally only the talisman?
It's there's armor that has spell void, and then there's the talisman.
There's like 1 or 2. Yeah, even full has spell void, doesn't it?
Up to you, but if you want to try that against not this deck,
No. I have no attachment to this garbage pile right here. I'm gonna hopefully get something that I can play Illusionist, which would be interesting.
The thing that made that weapon off the chain was not only did you have the weapon, which I think is a natural advantage. A 3 damage attack that auto deals 1 every round is crazy.
You had 1,000 arcane
I
damage
had
cards.
a bazillion arcane damage cards.
I've never seen that before.
Literally, I was not planning on playing it. I was like, this is too straightforward. And then I was looking at my pool. I barely had any light cards on either side. And then I looked at all of my chain cards and it was like, this is insane.
In chain
in the membrane.
Vagrant said every pre-release event Prism swept, saying Chain and Levio or Levio was too inconsistent. So, from what I know about Legendaris Studios, there's going to be a pretty good balance among these 4 heroes, in Limited in particular.
I also wonder how much of that is people want to play Prism.
Yeah, sure.
So then it's literally like half the field is playing Prism.
Prism also, like the crazy thing about Prism and Sealed is you always think that you have a good Prism, because like you draw Heralds and you've got auras that you can always create with money. So like no matter how bad your cards actually are, you can always do a pretty good game plan of generating auras and attacking with them.
Yeah.
But no, I think the only issue that Chain would have is what happens if you block the whole thing, and arcane damage is going to get around that with the scythe, so that is a problem.
Yeah.
I also think people probably just don't know what they're doing against Prism and are probably undervaluing 6 attack cards in their limited pools.
Sure.
But that's the beauty of the game, right?
I feel like in Sealed, I basically play every 6 that I have the option to play for that very reason.
Still big numbers.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely fine cards to have in your deck, even when you're not playing against Prism. But when they are against Prism, it's good. All right.
Homing? Gecko State saying it was Bolton on top at their pre-release, followed by Prism. A lot of light fans. I'll have to see what the pool says. It may have been wrong too, even to play Runeblade on that one, just because I got way more Runeblade cards, but like that doesn't necessarily mean the quality of the deck is better.
Sure.
Because like the generics are pretty good too. So that's not as good of an indicator. Like I said, no one even played Levia.
I do think she's probably the most intensive to try to pull off in that kind of a scenario.
And that's like, I tried that last week, and what I was running into is like, you have to have so much payoff. You have to have the cards that really pay off the fact that like you just have your life harder. And it takes a very special limited pool to actually make that work.
Yeah, I agree. Very special indeed. Keep finding new stacks of cards that have rares in them. It's making me nervous.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you don't want to make that mistake.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are all tokens.
Commons. Common. Out muscles are weird rare. I never think it's rare.
It just seems like a good old generic.
This is a normal card.
You want to do a 12-packer?
Dude, I'll do another 6.
All right.
I want to actually Let's see if I can do better. Common?
Yeah.
These all commons?
I don't know.
Oh, no, I haven't done these yet.
That's what I kept doing. It's like I went through one pile. I was like, all right, I'm done. And then I was like, wait a second. No, there's more. Will Apocalypse saying crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Gotta crack them packs. Hot hands. We're going to the library, my friends.
To the library.
We're going to study.
You even looked at like building a deck around that card?
Not at all.
Thought about that?
It's a light card, so that was like already not cards I was looking at.
I'm
but
not sure that I would even
I haven't fully digested
consider it.
what it actually does, you know?
Yeah, me neither. Maybe we should pull one. We
That-
could read it in person.
I agree. I'm with you on that. The fact that Parable of Humility is rare, and I pulled 3 in that one pull the other day, is really wonks.
That's where the hot hands are.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I need to get me to a tournament.
Yeah, the hot hands are in the limited pools.
I would, if the world wasn't in the current state, I think we would be traveling soon. A sealed major event to me is like peak.
Just jam.
Peak.
Jam a week and get better.
Yeah.
Get good.
Levia, all right.
You listen to that Beatles song we were talking about?
Rocky Raccoon?
Yeah.
I didn't, but reading the lyrics, very much, it's like, oh yeah, I've heard this and never truly acknowledged that song.
Yeah.
White Album is probably one of my lesser rotated albums. I got really into Abbey Road and Rubber Soul and Sgt. Pepper's.
Mm-hmm. Surprise Sergeant Pep's.
Those were around a lot in my life. Prismatic Shield.
Yeah, you gotta look at it every
It's
time.
just
Two invigorating lights. Okay.
And now I guess I have to buy donuts. Steven made me bet live. Called into question my Beatles fandom.
That's right. And one.
I had to go rethink my life. Oh yes, foil Rouse the Ancients. This is my second foil of that.
That card's gonna see a lot of play.
I want 3 of those. It's built for my boy. I love Bravo. He's a good time.
Oof. Red Spill Blood. That is such a game winner for Bolton.
Isn't that card crazy?
You kind of start tilting that direction. Just like play it, get as much as you can out of it. Try to hope that wins you the game.
Yeah. It's a crazy card.
Talisman of Dowsing. Watch out. Little foil Boneyard Marauder. Don't mind that. All the Triumph through.
DM Armada. Loving these pools.
What's up, DM Armada?
Yeah, the pool I have so far is already a way better, there's like less insane sealed pool. I'm getting some Bolton heat.
I've got some good Bolton heat too.
See if I got any books. Give me the books. No books.
Overload. Seeds. Brute. Hallowed and Vexing. I feel like light is the way to go here. I gotta Got a lot of good light cards. So if I was looking at Mavia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Mavia Sealed is a very special kind of pool.
She's a special gal.
Yeah. Ruin Blade.
I'm considering a prism situation. Don't tell anybody.
Don't tell anybody.
Did you get V of the Vanguard?
I did not. I'll take yours, though.
I'm sure you will. It's going to sit right over here just to look at you. One of the first things I check is whether or not...
these crimpies.
Wow.
So I've seen those on mine, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You guys see this?
12.
This is really crimped.
It really is.
And it's a rare.
Send it in. Is it even a thing?
I think they have a replacement policy, but I don't know that they would replace that card. Can you imagine if you pulled like a library though and it had that? That would be devastating.
You'd have to replace that, wouldn't you?
I think if you can, you do. Put it to you that way.
Cool. Okay.
It's a prism sort of day.
Okay.
So Rousey Engines is actually good with prism because
It is
she
good with
has the big
prism.
attacks. Weirdly, you wouldn't think it.
You know, Blinding Beam actually works quite well with these Ironhide. It's like if you pitch a yellow, give something -3 and then pop the 2 for the armor, like that's a pretty good use of a card. It's not quite blocking for 3, but it's not that bad. It's a way to get around Dominate.
Yep.
Probably not enough though.
Prism doesn't banish things, right?
She doesn't. She doesn't have soul stuff, does she?
I don't think so. I mean, she does. She has soul stuff. Is that her ability? Does she literally have it printed on her card that she banishes things? Yeah, banish a card.
Oh.
Trust us.
Okay. Well, this is gonna be a weird one. The money.
Where's the money, Lebowski? Has to happen every time.
Yeah.
It's just tradition at this point. Man, my generic pool is a pile of steaming hot cardboard. Just cardboard.
Okay. This all makes sense. I don't think that's good enough. Rising, Seek. I love these. But the question you're going to have, if you're me, is how am I going to get those axes to swing more than once?
My man.
Because I dare say,
My dear Watson.
I may not have a way. Courageous can maybe do it. Attack action card only. Spill blood is one way. Dusk Path is one way. And huh. 3, 4. Only 5 axe buffing cards. This is a different deck, actually, than I may have thought. Two, 3, 4, 5. Those are important. Not sure about these.
Man, sealed is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
It took me a couple games, but I'm all about this. It's a great sealed pool. It's like very interesting.
It is really interesting.
And not obvious. I think people that are good at this sealed pool will be very good at it. There's no in between.
Okay. Good morning, David.
Is that David Whitfield? Yep. Love the morning check-ins.
All right, I've got room for him. 29, 1 card left. Make sure you didn't accidentally put something in here on the illusionist side, you know?
I've done that.
I know, you got to double check. That's the kind of thing you look at your pool afterwards and you're like,
what have I done? No. I'm a fool.
Mm-hmm.
I am, how you say, light on equipment. Extremely light. I'm going to this one. Arms bare.
Arms bare. Knees weak.
Good times.
Knees weak, arms bare. It's always around 4 o'clock on the stream. That's when you really want to tune in.
Yeah.
That's when things get a little weird.
Or on Wednesdays about 1:45.
Yeah, that's true. When
the Bruise Cruise shows up. I'll be your captain today. We're on...
You know, Two Pina Coladas by old Garth. An unusual Garth song, but I have a soft spot for that weird, like, Jimmy Buffett, kind of the tequila side of country music. You know
the
what
Zac Brown band.
That's stretching a little bit. Now, I can get, you know, I'm no stranger to singing Chicken Fried around a campfire, but...
I mean, his whole catalog is
that like flip-flop country. Is that a fair way to say it?
He is more flip-flop country. He's like...
It could be real bad is the problem. But when it's good, it makes me feel happy.
I'll say this. Garth Brooks,
could sing anything. Except that very strange inauguration a cappella he did of Amazing Grace, which was like, that's a fine idea. You're just the worst person to do that. Garth is about that energy and that charisma. It's not about the like
I mean,
Solemn
if you're
moment.
gonna do acapella, it's like you got to go like Carrie Underwood or like anybody. It's Garth, not it.
Garth is not. He's not the
I want
acapella
Garth to
guy.
have a guitar, a band, and a beer.
Yeah, that's right. Guitar, band, and beer. The Oklahoma special.
Yeah, and I was gonna say Garth to me is probably about as representative of like the Tulsa, Oklahoma area as I can imagine a famous person being.
Yeah, that's right.
The Low Country, genuine.
Yeah. Genuinely
And,
nice guy, man.
Just a nice dude, yeah. All the reports of fans meeting him are always very positive.
I've actually met him multiple times. You can believe it.
I do.
Met him at
given
Hugo's
who
once.
your dad is, I feel like it's natural.
Yeah. He's a big fan of my father's, actually, which is cool. Dad being the first person to say he was going to be the next star of country music.
Your dad was not wrong about that.
No, it was not. He actually said, I say this a lot, but he said that I think it's really cool. He predicted it because he said Garth Brooks has found a way to make country music not sad. There you go.
That's a true assessment.
Yeah.
Garth Brooks make country music a good time. My mother.
An era of terrible country music too. After he got out of the scene, it got bad.
Yeah.
It's real bad right now.
I don't exactly follow it. Once Taylor Swift left that scene, I was out. Manny asking, were we born and raised in Tulsa? Thereabouts. We both grew up in a small town about 45 minutes outside of Tulsa called Chelsea, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. 2,000 folks, one stoplight, one convenience store. It used to be two.
It's actually two now.
Is it back to two?
There's a Jiffy Mart and a Casey's, I think.
Did that Texaco get back in there? That
I
is
don't
the
know about
Casey's
that.
where the Texaco used to be?
The Casey's is where the drive-in used to be. Also, these are things that only we could say.
Hey, man. That Casey's still around?
where
You get those
Geraldine
5
used to
burgers?
live? If your name is Geraldine, that was not a slight. I know many Geraldines.
Yeah.
No, it's where the pawn shop was there for a minute, and they got knocked
It
over.
was, yeah. Knocked over. Somebody just came up and knocked her down. Look at this light on light here. Now this is not a good Bolton deck, but it's an interesting Bolton deck, and it's
We're
the
not
best.
here to be good.
It's the best deck I could find, man, in that pile of scrambled eggs I pulled. But we're gonna have one turn where these axes are gonna run wild. So you best watch yourself.
It's Bolton, the Hulk Hogan of Flesh and Blood. These axes are gonna run wild over you.
That's right,
brother. Meanwhile, I'm over here just dreamweaving.
Dreamweaving.
The adult.
Definitely not sleeving your hero or your stuff.
I ain't got time for that.
So you don't actually have a spectral shield out.
I'll bring it out when the party
I guess
starts.
I can't make fun of it anymore. All right, evens, odds, and how proud we are of all of them.
Even.
I'm going second. And let
Then
me
he
tell you
asking
why.
that he Google mapped it and is asking if Oolaga is a place for wild times.
Oolaga. That's where I took swim lessons. They got a really nice pool.
I also took swim lessons there.
Yeah,
a
they've got a
giant
really
Olympic-sized swim pool.
Giant pool, and it's nice. And on the weekends, anybody can use it. You got to pay, I think, to get in, of course. But otherwise, it's for their swim team, I guess. And that was like a crazy concept to me.
My good friend David actually swam there. He got recruited by a different high school.
Yeah,
we didn't
David
have
was a
swim team.
baller swimmer.
Went to college for it.
Yeah,
He's built like a swimmer.
yeah. Long
Everything made sense about it.
and strange. A lot of those names, too, you see like Talala, Oolaga, those are all like Cherokee, generally Cherokee names, Native American names. So that's why a lot of them are different than what you might expect from standard pronunciation.
Claremore, named after Claremont.
Claremore Caresmore, you know?
Was the chief, I believe. I remember reading about that in Oklahoma history.
Yeah.
Coach Quigley.
Coach Quigley. Man, just getting the paycheck.
Yep.
Genuinely nice guy.
He's my basketball coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Had a lot of experiences with him.
All right, Mr. M, with the success of Monarch, is TC increasing its allocation numbers for future product availability to subscribers? Yeah, wish we were the sole person making that decision. We would put 1 million slots in
to the
tomorrow.
moon. We're hoping to, but we'll see.
We get a number, you know, and we work with our friends over at LSS, and they do what's best for their game, and we do what's best for our community, and we try to find the middle ground. And I mean, the reality is you don't want to send a whole lot of boxes through online retail if you're a LGS supporter.
And
So like you
I
gotta be
will say
careful.
this. Obviously, it's in our best interest for that number to be infinite. But one of the things I was most impressed by early on in our conversations with Legend Story, before we even decided to support this game, was their commitment to the local game store and their commitment to sending the majority of product through that channel. So I think that'll continue being true. Whether or not we get more is probably a matter of what their capacity to print this product looks like. But we are working as hard as we can to get as much as we can. But that's ultimately not up to us.
That's right. Okay, I'm going second. I'm doing that because Prism is really good going second. Because at the end of my turn, you can generate a spectral shield with the halo. You don't have the halo. So there's nothing you can do. Hold on, that might change things. Is the generate 3 shields card an instant?
I don't know.
You always ask your opponent if they look in their hand and say yes.
I
then
couldn't
know
tell
they
you.
Got it.
I do believe it is an instant yes. There's a lot of instants in Prism, like the Parables and the Ode, the Spectra cards.
What are you saying? Yeah, sure. Go for it. I'm just gonna stick with my decision. Go in second.
Well, let's try something interesting.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I've got the halo, so I should be going first.
Do you want to go first for the Halo?
Not really. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. I do, don't I? No, wait. I want to go second.
Who's on third? What's on first?
What's happening? Hold on.
Why's on second?
Why can I not figure out the stupid mulligan?
And where is all the way home?
Every game, everything that you do, there's always one thing you just can't ever get. There's always one thing. Usually it's small. This is the thing that I just cannot think through correctly. The mulligan. So, if you go first, at the end of your turn, I can use the halo and come in with a 4-card hand plus the card in the soul. But you also draw a card after using halo.
Yeah, so if you go first, it's pretty nice because you can pitch a blue to use it, load your soul, get a turn where you, depending on if you have an attack boost, swing twice.
But then you get free blocks keys the whole time.
Well,
I don't want that.
Yep.
So I'm going to go second.
Okay. Solved.
DM Armada says I should go second if I've got the halo. That's good enough for me.
DM knows what's up.
That's right.
Let's play a blue Spheres of Sorality. It does have Phantasm, but it's only a 3 damage attack. It has to go again.
This is garbage.
You block with a 6, it goes away, and it's the end of the turn.
You can't waste your 6 on this, though. These cards are all coming back, baby. Block with a 3.
Okay. Then, for my next trick, I will pay 2 for Herald of Ravages. 6 damage attack. If it hits, it goes into my soul and deals an arcane damage.
Pound for pound, 6 attack. Fizzles. Think you get hot bazingas on me.
Only got so many 6s, my friend.
Now, am I supposed to use a halo right now is the question.
You could.
Is that what I'm supposed to do, DM?
Do you have a light card to put in that soul?
I mean, drawing doesn't matter because it's the end of your turn. I'm going to draw up to 4 anyway. You know? Yes. Apparently, I'm supposed to do it now. So I just got to seek. I seek knowledge here.
Become illuminated.
And into your hero's soul. Okay.
The crowd loves it.
I'll do it. Well, you know,
we need a way for people to who communicate with us not through words.
Here's the other thing, man. Speaking of non-words, I've got a blue here. I've got 2 blues here. I know I've got 7 blues in this deck. So if I literally pitch, use halo, put the other blue in my banish, I go into the next turn on a lower curve, whereas right now, if I pitch at the beginning, I'm going to have 2 floating resources off of this blue, and I'm going to have a 4-card hand. So I'm not going to pitch on your turn.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
See a Sleeping Gloom?
Oh my...
You're doing it on your turn? What are you doing? Use your back up.
Nothing?
All right.
Everybody says pop it at the end of Zach's turn, but like I'm confused.
I guess technically, no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right, we're gonna pitch. The old pitch and pop.
Mm-hmm.
Throw this in.
We have 2 floating.
It's a light card, so wait, it's not a light card. I gotta do this one instead. Light card here. Draw a card. 2 floating. Okay, easy. Okay. Well, we got it. You know, you ever think to yourself, well, you've got it, so
He's got the look.
you may as well get it.
Go get it, man. I believe.
All right, we're gonna spill blood,
Oh my goodness. I don't believe anymore.
and then we'll pay 1.
Axes you control get +2 and dominate until the end of turn.
4 damage, dominate, hatchet a body. Coming at you.
What in the world? I will not block. Take 4.
Take 4, call me in the morning, giving it go again by banishing from my soul.
You'd love to see it, man.
Pitch. Swinging for 5. With dominate, don't you forget it. 2 in the pocket.
Block for 3.
All right, take 2.
I'll call you.
We spilled blood. And this is going into my arsenal.
That card is great.
Yeah, that's right. It's worth,
Ah!
worth some cash. Let's go here.
All right.
But my soul is empty. I need that soul money.
Soul heat. All right, let's do this. Belittle blue. 2 floating. I'm going to show you a red overload.
You getting a minnowism?
Oh, yeah. Don't you know? Unfortunately, I think I only have blue.
You're playing the tiny deck.
Better than nothing. I get the blue minnowism. Okay. 1 damage attack coming at you.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
I'm not going to block that. That's
Take
nonsense.
1. I belittled you.
It's disgusting.
It's
to even-
offensive.
Exactly.
Pay 1 for a War Tune Herald. 6 damage. If it hits, it goes into my soul.
Right.
Right.
It's going to hit, but I seek knowledge. You still got. You can still do a thing and then an attack scheme. Potentially,
I won't have
on-
an action point unless I pay for an action point.
Right on. Okay. And that's all good. We just got to get that out of the way anyway. As much as I would love to play this, block with a 2 and take 4.
Yep. So it'll go into my soul,
It's going.
and then I will end the turn.
You want to make a little spectral baby?
Nope. I want to make it after you have attacked. Little spectral baby.
Pitch a blue plow through to play a red seek enlightenment. 2 in the pocket. My next attack action card gains +3, and if it hits, put it into my hero's soul.
Okay.
Then I'm going to play a yellow stony Wooten Hog, an 8 damage attack. If it's defended by less than 2, it has +1, so it becomes a 9. And if it hits, it goes to my soul.
So I need to block with 2, so you can't. Well, you couldn't give it go again anyway.
No, this won't have go again. But if you don't block it fully, it goes to the soul. That's the threat, I think, in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, it's coming in for 8.
Coming in for 8. Mini Fatter, we're going to play for Lord of the Rings that boat one. Hunt for the Dreadnought.
Yep.
Apparently everybody says it's fun.
That boat one.
Our Lord of the Rings folks really dig it. So. Gruder saying Wootenhog coming in full bore. That's funny. My thinking here is you got to block with 3 cards if you're going to cover it up. And if for some reason you only have 2s, you can't even do it that way. And if you have a 2, 2, 3, you can't.
It's swinging for 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, take a shot at it.
I'm going to block for 5.
All right.
Taking 3.
Take 3. Let's go to my soul.
Yeah. And then that's fine. Go ahead. You good?
I'm going to pass my priority. And
Cool.
if you pass, we'll go to the end phase. Otherwise, you can play.
I'm going to pay 2 and banish this. Here comes the shield.
Here comes
The Beatles' famous song. Then I will pay 3. 4 damage with Go Again coming A.
Pay 3 for 4 damage to go again, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you have 1 in the arsenal and nothing to show for anything else.
No money. No whammies. 16 in the middle of Miami. Oh, we spent way too much time together in the past 12 months. And the past 2 decades.
Yeah. I hated it all.
Every moment.
Every moment was awful.
I'm full of regret. Having involved myself with you.
All right. All right. You got a problem here?
You all solve it. Ice is back with a brand new invention. Something about
I
rocking
need
a
that
mic with
soul.
a
I need my
vandal.
soul.
Yeah, that's the problem with him. He's got to charge up. He's like Goku.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit bomb. And then he misses. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Fool. You can't spend 8 episodes building to an attack that misses. What are you doing?
All right, man. I'm gonna play it cool. Okay. I'm gonna play it cool.
Take 4.
You know, there's always those lower health cards that can get really interesting, and I don't want you to have access to them, so I'm gonna keep losing health. That's my plan. I'm just trying to decide I can block with 2 or I can pitch the yellow to block with 4. You know? Is this the time to block for 4? I mean, 4 damage is 4 damage, but then again, you block for 4 and one of these big phantasms goes to your soul and something, that's more impactful.
I do think stopping a hit effect is more important.
2 it is.
Okay.
It's a game of hit effects.
End of turn.
I'm just throwing heaters at you here. All right, we're gonna play a red Surging Militia. This is my favorite Bolton card. Pitch this blue. Oh, sorry. I mean a Warmonger's Recital and then a red Surging Militia. So that's my 3. So this is +2, so I'm going to a 7 on Surging Militia. And for every non-equipment card defending, it's going to get +1. So you got a 7. If it hits, it goes to the bottom of the deck.
I think it's +1 for each non-equipment I block. Right?
That's right.
Woo, it's getting spicy in
It's like
here.
a slot machine. Ding, 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 ding. List of guessing, what does throwing heaters mean? Is that good or bad? That is considered a good thing where I come from, where a heater was like a fastball when I was playing baseball. It's like, oh man, you got to watch out, that pitcher's throwing heaters today. And then I would say, well, I'm not good at hitting the ball in. So this is not going to help.
You ever find yourself being like,
1 card.
I need
away.
one more resource?
Yeah, 1 more. Also, what throwing heaters means in my context here is that I'm not using Bolton at all. At least not right now. I technically am threatening it, but I have no cards in hand and no money. So, 16 in the Miami situation. But it's just statically good math. Just a 7 damage that gets bigger as you block it is like, oh, well, That's
I will not block.
annoying. See, exactly.
Take 6. Lose the shield.
7. Right. Losing the shield. This goes to the bottom now.
It's a shame.
Don't worry, I know exactly how all these are stacked.
Like
It
a
goes-
like a genius.
I've got it like a Rubik's Cube up
Because my
here.
health is gonna last that long.
Yeah, you're down to 5? That's crazy. I best be finding my 6 attack cards.
All right. Well. Let's see how unfortunately close. Let's pitch here to play a yellow Warmonger's Recital. +2, the next attack. And if it hits, put it on the bottom of my deck instead.
Probably of all of them.
I'm going to pop my Dreamweavers. Dreamweaver! Then I'm going to pay 3 for a Phantaclasm.
Phantasmaclasm.
Phantasmaclasm. 11 damage.
9?
Look at the defending hero's hand and choose a card. They put it on the bottom of their deck.
Where did this come? Oh, you got a Majestic?
It's magic.
Come on. Do I get to draw a new one?
No.
Are you serious? Then draw a card. Come on. What
Yeah,
is
draw a new
your... Come on. That's not how Fab works. I knew immediately it was too good. You see that? That's how tight this design is. It's like that spreadsheet was like, this row is red. The value is too good. It's basically like taking a +3 damage. I'm going to draw into something even better, dude.
Perhaps.
I'm drawing now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're all bad. That's the deck building dilemma I put you in. You can't
I'm going to put
choose.
that under.
What was it? Take 5. That's a good one. It's probably the best one. So 11, no Phantasm.
Nope.
Cross on the line, John.
By the way, if this had been a blue, I would have roused the Ancients first. For 7 would go again.
Get out of here.
We were on the verge of greatness.
Okay, so let's just assume that we play that. And then we do this. So I can take 11. Now, if I do that, I've got to bring the goods. I'm not ready to bring the goods.
Excellent. Phantasmaclasm. It's a fun word.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what's happening. Ooh. Got those
Ooh.
spectral creatures coming in. Wreaking havoc. It's terrifying.
I've really got to make some decisions here. This is horrible.
This is the biggest turn of the game.
11.
Yep. And if it hits, it goes to the bottom of my deck. Good. Well, it's a lot of brain power going on right now.
I need better. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm blocking with 8.
Take 3.
Taking 3.
Goes to the bottom of my deck.
That's right. Hope you never find it.
Stacking up for that Rouse the Ancients play.
Rousing.
End of round. Let me draw back up.
I'm going to pitch and swing for 2. The old hatchet, man. Playing a little ninja
And
style.
you haven't charged, so you wouldn't get the bonus.
Nothing special here. Unless this is a 0 cost pump. Which it could be, but it doesn't apply because I haven't charged. Take care, Jim. Thanks for stopping in. That was a moment we should reverse to at some point and just see, like, is it better for me to just take all that damage and see if I can do 5? Doing 5 past your 4-card hand is questionable.
Block for 3.
All right. Got what I wanted.
Nailed it.
Played right into my hands.
All right. Ready for this heater?
Phantasmi Classy.
Seek Enlightenment, red.
Oof.
That's Warmonger's Shadow, blue.
Oof.
That's Overload for 7 with Dominate. If it hits, it goes to my soul.
7 with Dominate.
Powerful, yeah. Let's go.
Okay. I think we've got moments here. Yes. Let's make sure that I know what I'm doing. Isn't that how this is supposed to go, really?
Listic, have you both started to get a feeling for when you get to the pitch cards at the bottom of your deck?
Not really. That's my fault, though.
With Chain, I definitely do. That's very intentional. You get to the end of your deck very quickly with him, and so stacking stuff that you know you can play out of here, especially because you're going to be on 5 or 6 chains at the end of the game. Having options there and having a big turn planned at the end, I think, is a big part of his, at least in sealed, strategy. I'm curious to play him in constructed. DM Amana saying that's the biggest overload I've ever seen. You did one the other day for like 12.
Yeah, I did one for 12.
It was unruly.
All right.
There's your chance.
Here's you.
Blocking for 3 plus the equipment, so you pay 2 and you get to 7.
That's right. And then I'll pay 2 and get to 7.
And I don't get my hit effect.
See, this is why you wait.
Grab a Snicker. Something like that.
Something like that. Okay, I'm going to pitch a blue. Kick it off with a yellow Dust Path Pilgrimage. Hold on to 2 money. Next weapon is +2, and if it hits, I can attack an additional time with it this turn.
Okay. That's that credit on card.
Yeah, it's good, actually, maybe. Pay 1, I'm going to swing for 4 here. If it hits, you know the drill.
You definitely are getting go again.
I could get it. If it hits, I'm going to get to attack with it again this turn if I want.
And it's +2 for the round?
No.
This turn. The whole turn is +2.
I could just do a little... Yeah. Next weapon attack gains +2. It's not a permanent, like, glisten type thing. This is my next weapon attack. This is done after this. But I can attack with an additional time. So there is a world, if I could go again enough times, where I could attack with the body, go back with the mind, go back with the body.
And this is for 4?
Tyson. Yeah. Bite your ear off. Can't concentrate on your magic whenever I'm chopping.
I will take 4.
Oh. Reaction. Give it go again. Okay. Let's Stephen Thinky about this one. So 3 no matter what happens. And you've got to block it no matter what happens. I haven't charged. All right. 3 coming at you. Chop, chop.
It must be done.
Got my surprise arcane damage. The crazy thing about like this board state, it doesn't really mean anything. I could easily lose in the next turn or 2.
You're at 3?
I'm at 3, yeah. Do you not have any 3 defenses in there?
Block for 3.
All right. We done with those heralds yet? Have we got everything out of your sealed pool?
Not even close.
I got heralds on heralds, man. I'm soulless and exposed.
Mediumly.
Over to you.
Let's just pitch for a Rising Solar Tide yellow. 4 damage. If it hits, it goes to my soul.
Mm.
No particular reason.
You got any cards in hand?
1.
Is it blue?
Dabba dee dabba da. Perhaps it is.
There's a big part of me that just wants to stuff this.
I'm appealing to your conservative sensibilities.
I know. This is awful for me. Okay. So, actually, this is extremely relevant. Okay. So, let's think about ourselves here.
Get me my monocle.
No block skis.
All right.
You got soul, man. You gonna shield up?
Maybe. Where were you?
Okay, I've got real questions now. Real big questions. Big reputation.
Big reputation. Manny asking, which Fab hero would make the best runner? Katsu seems quick.
Yeah. True.
Don't know.
Hey!
Dash, that's true. That's her name.
Okay. Pitch 3, play a yellow across the line. Whenever I do, I can charge my soul, which I will do. And I will put this here.
So I need to block in such a way that
Don't
you
use an attack action card.
don't get +1.
Or generate as many shields as you can stomach. We're going to have to crack those last 6 packs after this, aren't we?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
My man. Sure enough.
Hey,
Hey, kids.
hey, kid. Hey.
Let's do
First pack's free.
that. Okay. I'm going to pay 2, create a Spectral Shield.
Banish that card. What is this?
Doesn't matter. Then I will pay 1. Give that -3 attack.
Oh, look at you go there.
And then
That's pretty clever.
Then I'll pass.
Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
You got it.
Stuff it.
Stuffed.
Like Thanksgiving in here. All right.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to play a Frontline Scout Red. 3 damage. Coming at you. Let me see that hand. It doesn't have go again.
There's a 6.
Good to know.
Here's some other stuff. Does it matter? You're about to see it.
Okay.
You got no money, no whammies?
16 in the middle of Miami.
Okay.
If we're talking net runners, then Data Doll definitely is the runner.
That's right. Okay. All right. We're just gonna have to figure this one out on our own. Block for 3.
You got it. Arsenal. Just trying to survive until I can get to the bottom of my deck.
Or me, like I'm
Throwing thin.
looking a little thin here. I'm gonna pitch. Play a yellow Stony Wootenhog. 5 damage, defended by less than 2 at +1.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Oof.
I think I'm back through my pitch. I'm close.
Block for 6.
Okay.
Man's got to do.
Pass.
All right.
It's about to be hatchet 30.
Yep. It's about to be run for the hills 30. Pay 3 for a prismatic shield yellow.
Oh, come on. What are the chances?
And then pass to you. We're just looking for the bottom of my deck, man. Actually, now with 2 tokens, if I can keep them, it's going to get interesting.
Okay. This is looking interesting.
Simon asks, have you guys any ideas what you'll be doing when you start to fully construct decks with the new heroes? For sure. I'm if I pull a library, I'm just immediately interested in trying to do something with it. But outside that, Chain, I'm very interested in actually getting the Eclipse play with his Ursur token. That's like #1 priority for me. Trying to see if that's a deck that's reasonable because I think that card looks awesome. Step 1. Beyond that, I don't know yet. We'll see where I go.
This is a real good question.
I got a ring dinger of a turn coming up. At some point in this stack, it's going to get hot. Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Gruder agrees. Says same. I just want to get those legendary specializations to work.
Okay. I gotta figure out if I actually want to try to push it here. Push it. Bam, 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 bam. Push it. Let's just think. So, like, all this go again is kind of madness because it's.
Manny, we are going to load the site up with Fab singles at some point in the next couple weeks.
You know it.
It's coming. That wave is going to be great. All first edition.
Okay. Let's start by making things annoying. Step number 1. Pitch 3. Red Surging Militia for 5. +1 for everything that defends it.
Okay.
You beam me? You look like you got your beaming face on.
I'm going to pay 4.
Wow.
Hold on. This doesn't have go again?
No,
Yeah.
not currently.
You haven't charged either, so.
No. Nothing. If you block anything, it'll get +1, and then I can give it go again. Surging Militia is the meta, man.
All right. Let's do it. Pay 4 for a Parable of Humility.
Very nice.
So it's now 4.
Got one floating.
Block for 3.
Okay.
You get +1.
Right on. So I'm currently at 5, tier 3, and it'll blow up 2 shields.
Yep.
You got 1 card in hand?
Yep. Getting spicy.
Could be something, man. Okay. Well, I'll give it a go again.
Yeah. You blow up?
Yeah. All right. You got 1 card in hand, and you look like you're squirreling like I've never seen somebody squirrel before in my life.
Right along that fence.
Is it a 3? Is it a 3? Oh, this is the right answer. Generate 3, and then play an Invigorating Light for 6.
That's the answer.
Yeah, I was like trying to figure out this 3 and how to pump
Walk
it.
for 2. Take 3. See you tomorrow.
All right, good. Bolton coming through.
Yeah, the early Axe
Yeah,
dance was good.
went in with the heat.
He did a bunch of, like, I just didn't have, with Dominate, it's like, and +2, it's crazy.
Can you imagine? Construction's gonna be a whole crazy thing with him.
Yeah. That's what, as soon as we got him with the Blitz games a couple weeks ago, I went and looked at the cards just to see what you could do with him generically. And it's like, oh, now I see how he wants to work eventually.
Yeah.
You get the equipment on, you get all of the good cards and specializations, and it's like, oh. Whatever the Axe card is.
That's Spill Blood.
It's the heat.
Next Lev. Is that what the kids call it?
Yeah, you can imagine you get 2 or 3 things in your soul. You have one of the reactions, but if you hit with something, you get to go with that Axe again.
Yeah.
And it's like you get 3 Axe swings with it at +2 and Dominate on a not complicated turn. Let alone you pop a thing that gives all of them +1. Like there's that armor piece that does that to all your attacks. Anyways, you get the idea.
Yeah, it's got the goods, man. It's so much more fun, more interesting than Warrior for sure. What's chat saying? Oh, dude, they're totally right. I wouldn't be able to go again there. Because it's not about getting a bonus.
I
Because the
had
parable
the answer.
cancels it out. Yeah.
I played it perfectly, except I didn't know it.
Actually, perfectly, yeah.
I just threaded that was actually the heat turn. Oh man.
That was nice, yeah. That's a bummer.
Sad.
I still felt okay. Yeah, Benjamin, we are boomer already. Yeah, so everybody watching it, you could not have gotten go again there. In my head, it's like anything that happens that adds attack gives him the ability, but it's got to be greater than his base. So against Illusionist, that's an interesting play.
Yeah, that means that parable is really good against Bolton.
Oh man,
generically,
it's gross against Bolton. Actually,
yeah, that's gonna make some hearts cry.
I'm crying now.
Because the parable is a rare, so just because you're playing against Illusions does not mean at all they're gonna have it. It's a low odds. But man, when they do, you can picture being in like the top cut of a giant tournament, playing sealed, and then you just get dunked on.
They got the parable.
It's not fair. He's holding me back.
I'll tell you what, there's the generic pool is the most interesting thing I've seen in a limited.
That's what I'm saying.
These generics are so interesting.
It's weird how much identity in these decks the generic pool actually. That's what really hit me on Saturday. It was after you dunked on me with your Minnowism. Belittle. You had a bunch of copies of that last week in the 12-pack.
I did do that.
So I started looking for all the generic, like how the generics can go together, because that usually makes up about half your deck.
And then I was looking at, with that one, Stony Wootenhog, Surging Militia, all these things that get weird bonuses. Yeah. Bolton just makes better. You don't have to have the warrior cards for it.
I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we're going to crack these back.
Okay. I'll open a library where you go.
All right. You open it on camera, hide it. Don't tell me you opened it, sell it. And then only you in the stream now.
That's a great idea. I like that idea. Nobody would say anything, right? You guys wouldn't say anything, right? I'll give everybody $5. I think I'd still be okay on the return. Man, I'm craving pizza. It's rare. That's not rare at all. I think it's wonderful. What's up, Benjamin Lyon saying, never played Flesh and Blood. Is it like Magic? Only card games I'm familiar with, thanks to you guys, are Arkham, Netrunner, Marvel. Of those, all the games you mentioned is the most like Netrunner. Very much less like Magic. So Magic has created the template of playing things, building a board state, and then attacking your opponent with creatures and the things that you built up over time, so your resources ramp up. So that's not what this is. This game is more like Netrunner because it's very much about a tensioned, tight tempo exchange between a defender and an attacker, and you switch positions. So actually on the Winning Agenda podcast this morning, we recorded an episode comparing Netrunner and Flesh and Blood, which initially I was like, it's not Netrunner, obviously. Netrunner is a kind of a unicorn, but it is strangely similar in that whenever you're attacking, it feels like you're the runner making a run. And the defender is feeling like the corp, where you have to decide how many resources am I going to commit to try to stop this run from being successful. And then you got to kind of pressure, just like as the runner has to pressure the corporation, even if they're not really doing anything terribly threatening, like just a run on R&D for one card. You got to do that kind of stuff to get them to res ice so that they can't just run away with the game. And similarly, as an attacker, you have to pressure the defender so that they get cards out of hand so they can't then attack you with maximum efficiency. So it's like a game of Netrunner where you're constantly switching off between runner and court, and you're never really settled. And in that way, Netrunner very much is a good parallel because you're always on edge. You're always like, if I don't do more this turn, they're going to have too much of an advantage. If I can do more to them, then they have to go on their back foot for a while and try to recover, and then I can keep trying to find those agendas. So it's weirdly similar. Talking to Jesse on Winning Agenda about that this morning, I was like, huh,
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is playing it last week made me recognize it is more similar. I think it's the tempo of the whole thing. When you play Netrunner a lot of times, I always feel like I'm either the attacker or the defender, no matter what side I'm on.
Yeah.
I'm either
you're in control or out of control.
Yep.
And you're not out of control, or you're not over the edge unless you're on the edge, or whatever they say. You're not on the edge unless you're over the edge. Keep that in mind. No, it does feel like that's what Jesse was saying. It's like he really fell for it because it's like you're constantly trading off, where you're making a run, they have to decide resources, and then you're running back against them, and they have to decide resources. So it's kind of a mini game of runner and corp constantly.
Without a board state that gets big or out of control.
Yeah, it's just little pockets of exchange.
That's where, in some ways, I feel like it's some of my favorite things about both Netrunner and Destiny, where it's the opposite of Destiny. It gets smaller, but it's that character fight.
Yeah.
And then it's got so much of the tempo of Netrunner. Genesis, that's a good looking card.
Oh yeah, I love that card.
I have two now, so we're almost to the three that are necessary. Cost 4. The Light Illusionist instant aura. At the start of your turn, you may put a card from your hand in your hero's soul. What? If it's a Illusionist card, create a Spectral Shield token. What? If it's a light card, draw a card. What? Oh my goodness. Sometimes when we're joking with each other, it reminds me of Tom and John Ralphio from Parks and Rec. Tom Haverford.
That's high praise.
That little what thing we just did is exactly something they would do, undoubtedly.
Man, don't look now, but it's looking good for Leviah so far.
All right, everyone, hold your breath. Dude, I have a dream situation here happening.
Yeah, don't say that. Are you going to do a bunch of arcane damage again?
No, it's going to be Prism, which is great, because if you're doing Leviah, that gives you at least a chance.
More than a chance, buddy. Yeah, dude. I've got the goods
What
here.
I need is to pull an Illusionist L right here, right now.
You should pull that new weapon, the scepter.
Or I would
You ever
take
thought about that?
The M, yes, I would absolutely take that. Haven't seen it yet.
Man, it's here. We did it. We've got the Leviah build rolling. It's happening. It's happening right before our eyes. I can see it as it happens. Packs.
I need more packs.
I need more packs.
Right in the bank.
Keep them coming. Oh, Blue Boneyard Marauder is not what you want to see here.
Nope. Reds or dead.
But that's fine. I'll take it. Graveling Growl. Excellent. Now I'm just like totally focused. I'm losing sight of what could be good elsewhere.
That's fine.
That is fine. For you.
For all of us. All right, come on. The boots, the sandals.
A Dread Scythe. Cold foil.
Oh my goodness,
Woo,
hot diggity
baby.
dog. Let's go. Yes. That's a great.
I love that little pose. And my M was a Deep-Rooted Evil
Oh my goodness.
Shadow Brute card, man.
It's a dream.
I got Shadow Brute moments.
Dread Scythe cold foil is actually high. So I play Runeblade, right? It's a Runeblade weapon.
Yeah.
I would like to keep all those in cold foil, those weapons.
Yeah, let's keep going.
So let's go. So this case had the Dynamo and the Dread Scythe.
Case had the juice.
So far.
Throwing heaters.
Dude, this is box 2.
Let's just keep going. I mean, we're on fire here.
All right.
And CJ Cat said it was Steven's day. It has been so far today.
Dude,
That's nice.
You're hot. Your hands are on fire.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Let me go get the fire extinguisher.
When you're not, you're not.
Look at that thing.
So we're going to have to not do the thing we said, which is always play Dread Scythe, because I've got the Shadow Brute thing finally.
And the Deep-Rooted Evil is really the next level of that conversation.
Kevin Gobbler, question, can you have different shipping addresses for Blitz and Unlimited? You absolutely can.
It's per subscription.
It's per subscription, so if you sign up. Now, what I would suggest you do is you'll have to sign up essentially 2 separate times. Because basically, if you have both subscriptions in your shopping cart and you go through the checkout process, it's going to have one address that you enter and pay through the whole process. Now, there are 2 ways to do this. You can do it like that, but then you have to go into your account and actually change your shipping address on the individual subscription, which is more annoying. I would just check out a Blitz sub with the address you want, and then I would check out an Unlimited sub with the address that you want. All right, yeah, I'm feeling library vibes.
If there's a library in this box, it's just we're going to the moon. I'm not prepared for that.
What if they say the rarity of certain cards is one thing and then they print them like gangbusters?
Well,
Just to make people feel fun.
I think that accidentally happened in Magic once. It was like a print error.
Oh, Blue Deadwood, come on. That is exactly the card you want. 6 attack, blue?
It's good value.
Yeah, I mean, you Price could always say it. I think that accidentally happened in Magic once and it always be true. Right? It's just been around forever.
It has. The old gal.
She's been around for a while. Foil Enigma Chimera is a beautiful card there. Ooh, I love seeing those Howl from Beyonds. And one of my favorite cards in the entire set, Captain's Call. This is the one, man. I love this.
I asked you earlier what your favorite generic was, and I think we just found it.
We found it. It's Captain's Call for sure.
Yeah.
That card is money, and it's money in Shadow Brute. There's money everywhere. And this?
Is that your last
That
pack?
just sounds like a library, doesn't it?
Have you ever heard the sound of books? Because I have. I'm going Prism again. Let's go.
Get ready to lose.
I was made for winning.
Mm. And Stony, Brandish. Foil Eclipse Existence is nice.
There are a lot of really good foils in this.
Stubbies, and a Howl from Beyond, and a Seek Horizon. No library, but now we actually can see it. So I'm going to actually just uncork this and check out why I think this is a good Shadow Brute pool. So we're looking at, first thing we're going to check for is 6 damage cards. When you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. I know I have a couple of Lunar Tides in here. Yeah.
You're not using this.
Yep. So, all of our 6s looking good. We got 13 6-attack cards.
Okay.
That's a respectable number.
We're in
6s.
We're in the proverbial money.
Okay, so we're gonna keep these around. So then other cards that are really good. Blood Tribute's a little bit questionable. Eclipse is probably worth it. Out from Beyond is just good. I don't know if I actually want the blue. We will see. I'm gonna make a little shadow stack. Spew Shadow is actually pretty interesting with Leviah. I think that's a good card for her. Ghostly. Yellow Voidwrath is in a weird pocket for me on Leviah. Red Ghostly Visit, I think, is genuinely just always played if you can. Like Red Blood Tribute, I like Yellow Spew Shadow as well.
Many asking, are we going to continue web armor events once the store is operating again? Assuming people keep participating, there's no intent to stop offering that support. But, you know, times change, things happen. No promises forever, but it's a subscription for a reason. We don't create subscriptions lightly. So if we're creating a subscription, the hope is that it'll go on as long as people are interested in it. You playing Shadow?
Yes. Not that you know that.
There's actually in sealed sideboarding.
Oh.
You can change cards from your sealed pool before each game once you see their hero.
Okay.
So. Which is good, because a lot of those cards would be terrifying to put in your deck otherwise.
Yeah, very true. That is very true. Okay, and I don't think these brandishes, as much as I like hitting for 6, this is interesting. Adrenaline Rush just continues to be interesting.
Many asking on that, what's the tier level and okay? What are the current restrictions and how is the current like? I think we're doing really well.
All the bans and stuff have been lifted. It's on a per business state right now, and yeah, it's good. We're in a good spot right now.
Damn, I didn't. Your chat's disappeared because other people are coming. Yes, there have been amazing pulls today. The first things is Steven's been the hot hands.
That's right. That's how you know it's crazy.
Dynamo was in the first pool of 6-packs. And then we pulled a foil Exude Confidence and a foil Rouse the Ancients, but then he just pulled the next cold foil that was the Heat, which is Dread Scythe. Great. We're 2 boxes in. It's crazy. Philip says, do you feel Monarch cards hold up on their own, or will you be taking cards from previous sets for your decks? I mean, I would be surprised if there wasn't a mix from all the sets. Like, if that's not worth doing, then there would be some power creep concerns. But it's also kind of cool. I like that there are only 4 classes per set. And when you get new classes, kind of, with the talents, it naturally means that there's not as much crossover between the cards, which I think is actually really useful for new players. Not having to buy all the sets to build decks, I think is really good.
Okay. This is it's tough building Leviah. It's tough.
Yeah.
It really is. Okay. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Deep-rooted evil. Okay. So, looking at my costs, I've got a lot of 3 and 2 costs. Welcome to Brute. Welcome to London Farm. So, I'm going to start... rolling. How Far Beyond is just so bad in this particular build. So bad. Blue Ghostly Visit is not bad. Blue Lunar Tide isn't terrible. Blue Eclipse worth it. Blue Zealous.
Many, yeah, we
Probably
are
worth it.
both vaccinated. Hope you don't mind me sharing that.
I
I
don't.
think we talked about it.
I don't care at all.
Yeah, definitely, which is awesome. Really nice. Been able to see some friends lately that haven't seen in a long time. It's been great. Very excited. We're having a very controlled. We mentioned it earlier. Fab gathering. Very small in a couple weeks, which I'm just excited to jam some constructed games. Genesis is a card. That's a foil that I would love to own lots of. Anything that has rainbowish colors and clouds and stars and stuff,
Yeah,
is built to be foiled.
regular astronomer.
Just call me Galileo. Nice, Manny. Got a second shot today.
Good.
Hope you're feeling well.
Congrats.
The second one definitely hit me in the like exhaustion department.
Pain train.
It wasn't really painful. I was just tired.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. I need 4 cuts. And I'm probably going to be pulling them
To the blues. It's a heck of a 2 boxes, dude. It's in my head. We'd open a case.
Okay, these are the non-cuts. This is a potential cut. So it costs 1 or less in my banish zone. Attacks with 1 or less. Ghostly Visit is not what you're looking for there. Let's look in the magic pile. Huh. So here's a question. Graveling Growl and Spew Shadow. Spew Shadow says choose an attack with 1 or less in your banish zone. You may play it this turn. Graveling Growl says play Graveling Growl only if a card with 6 or more has been put into your banish zone this turn. So do both of those conditions have to fire at the same time? Or if Spew Shadow says I can play it, does that overwrite the play condition that's already written on the card? For when you actually play it out of hand, you know?
I have no idea. Luckily, Ryan Roper's here. Timothy Lee asking, do you guys have an estimate on when Kingdoms will come out? So Kingdoms is the next set of Flesh and Blood. The only thing we've seen is the Q3. I think I saw that on their website or on somewhere, which would make it July, August, or September. So I think they're aiming for around 3 releases a year. Monarch got a little bit delayed so they could reprint the first couple of sets and print more Monarch, I think. So hopefully we're looking at every 4-ish months from here on out. But you know, logistics, COVID, etc.
We are all of them. You gotta meet them both, Ryan. Come on.
Come on, man. Bradley agrees. You think Jeff did both?
Okay, that makes sense. One of them says you can do it, and then the other one says in order to do it, you got to do this. And it's like, well, it's because you can doesn't mean you can. Depends on what your definition of is.
Weirdly, I don't know that I will ever play it, but I would love to get a cold foil Blood Drop Brocade. I feel like that would look awesome in cold foil.
It would look great. Yeah.
That red and the metal along, like, whatever you would call that. It's like a hyper belt. It's like, that's beyond a belt. I've never seen a belt that extravagant.
Got a hyper belt. I'm working on a hyper belt.
I'm working on it.
I'm just gonna go one more. Okay, let's see, man.
Nice, Bradley. Luke asking, Zach, any chance Chain sways you from your boy Viz? I don't think so. Not on like a. I just think theme-wise / lore-wise, this array is right at the border of where I'm like happy
Yeah.
with like dark magic. Chain is one step past that, which I'm still interested in playing. Mechanically, he's really fascinating to me. But he's a little intense. You know? Just a tad bit.
Tad bit intense.
But yeah, I'm going to check him out. I think Viscera is still my favorite. Yeah, apparently we were not wrong. Ryan Over says Bradley and Ryan both have cold foil brocades and they think they're gorgeous.
Okay. Put it on the wall. Put it in the tea. Is it called a brocade? Brocade? Brassade? Brocade? Brassade?
Pronunciation is not my strong suit.
Any of those? Is it any of those?
Nice, Edward. I do think the Dreamweavers would also look great cold foil.
Yes, they would.
Must has all. Manny saying it's brocade.
Brocade.
Retro Daniel asks, what heroes would you recommend for someone who usually plays mages, spellcasters, and games? I bought the chain deck, but yeah. Out of this, Illusionist.
Illusionist.
Probably. And then if you want to get real weird, check out Kano Wizard. Arcane Rising.
You're either gonna love it or hate it.
He is he's the mage.
Gift of the Magi.
Ryan Rober says a lot of evil guys are a little too intense. You probably have to be to make those kind of deals.
Yeah.
Like Viscera, lore-wise, it feels like someone who didn't necessarily want to be the Arcanite, whatever that means. Whereas Chains feels like someone who's just
He's there to party, man.
not a
like,
great person.
You guys asked for shadow magic? Anybody say shadow magic?
You know, I'm sure Chain has a good reason for being jaded. He's probably got something that happened awful in his life, and then now he's just like,
I see.
looking to make that stuff happen. But he does not strike me as underneath. There's not like a hope or a goodness there.
So you're saying you're a determinist, huh?
Manny saying it's brocade. I don't know. Ryan Rober says Viscera was forced chain dove head first. Yeah,
But did he do that because of an essential part of his being, or because of the experiences that he had as a child?
Well, where does it start and where does it end?
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
On the podcast.
It's a classic Cotton Eye Joe paradox. That's
Bradley
actually
says,
extremely funny. I'm gonna have to remember that.
What do you say?
The Cotton Eye Joe paradox.
Oh,
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Yeah, you need to write an article on that. Bradley says, from his point of view, the Solanians are evil.
It's a classic. We already have the apologists.
Yeah, I haven't. How much story content do we have about Viscera? It's not in the original. The lore book that we have doesn't have anything about that in it. I remember reading something early on the website, but I haven't gone back in. Luke says, here comes the philosophy portion of the stream.
That's it.
Let's talk about that Cotton Eye Joe dilemma.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? The Cotton Eye Joe paradox.
There it is.
Ah,
Come and gone nowhere. You are where you are.
that's right.
You're here.
Who is it that carries this corpse around?
Luke says a lot. Okay, I'm going to have to read up on the website.
Alrighty.
Even Steven? Odd.
Odds odd.
I'll go first, I guess. Should have announced that. You're Levian?
Yeah. I need the token though. Is that blood or is that just spectral goo?
I think it's spectral goo.
That's better. Somehow that makes it okay, you know?
Spectral goo is more okay than gore and blood. Yeah.
Yeah. Spectral goo is not real, you know?
I can't believe we pulled that dread side. I love that, it's not stained. Is it stained glass in the background? It's got the shape of like a chapel. It doesn't look stained. It's just the...
Yeah, rose window stained glass.
You know, it's like the,
I know what you're saying.
It looks like a vampire-ish setting.
Don't I know that? Don't I know?
Thomas Briggs says, chain the spectral goos playing at your local county fair. All right, you ready to party?
I'm ready.
Where did you come from? Let's party. Let's pitch. Pay one. Red Rising Solar Tide. 5 damage. If it hits, go straight into the soul.
I got something for your soul right here.
Block with 5. I'm going to pay 1. Blinding Beam, -3. Oh, no, that's blocking.
To your own thing?
My attack. Oh, that's not how that works. All right, let's go the way. End of round.
Just doing that for our friends out there.
Yeah, I thought it was -3 defense. I was like, this seems really
This is
good.
real good. Mm-hmm.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Here comes the axe.
And my axe.
Oof. Weird.
Levia. Rohan Kana saying, finally woke up early enough to catch you guys live. Limited in this format is great. Glad you're digging it. Where are you from? And what time do you have to wake up, your time, to be able to watch us? Ooh, even better, Blinding Beam is free against you. Because you're a shadow.
It is free, yeah, don't forget about that. You know, this game...
Steven has 20 health, he just hasn't done it. What up, Christopher?
All right. This, I find myself in the same curious position where you got to ask yourself, what is the point? All right, here we go. Meat axe is the point. Let's do it.
Thomas says, the expert wizard from New Zealand. Who's that? Ah, Rohan. What up? You're the wizard player that I've watched on videos, presumably. It's like, that's how it's supposed to work.
All right, let's pitch and meat axe. We got one floating. We're gonna draw a card, then discard a random card. Wait. I'm gonna pitch here instead. I don't want you to actually let me poach that one. Draw a card.
Convulsions from the
Discard a random
bellows
card.
of hell. What up, Phil? If you're watching in Japan at 7 a.m., that's awesome. Random?
Yeah.
It's a 4.
4 into 6. 3 damage coming at you.
I'm not blocking.
All right, take 3.
Call you in the morning.
I will be called in the morning. And then let's go here into the arsenal. You want to do any funny business at the end of my turn?
No.
Okay.
All right. Mine?
Yeah.
I will play Herald of Protection. 6 damage. Phantasm. If it hits, put it in my hero soul and create a Spectral Shield token. Get out of town. Woo.
Say that again. What's happening?
If it hits, it goes into my soul and I create a Spectral Shield token. Double whammy.
That one cannot hit.
You better stop it.
Wow. I can set up a turn, man. Oh my. I'm gonna need some more money.
That's what the ebb and fold's for. Also another card I would not mind in gold foil. You know what? I'd take them all in gold foil. The whole set.
Sure.
Just let's get them all.
Hungry Slaughter Beast. Blow it up.
Oh, hold
Did you
on.
weaver it? Oh, you got that thing. You got the things.
I'm gonna instant. Give that -3 attack.
Okay. So I take 3 and then you get all the stuff?
And then, yeah, you're still blind for 3. So you take 3.
Uh-huh.
This goes into my soul. We create a Spectral Shield token. And I have to make a choice.
The beam. Not the beam. The beam.
Yeah, we'll be good there. Put this here. Party on. Elias, been a while since I've joined a live stream of yours. Since the last Star Wars TCG Wizards of the Coast stream. That was a long time ago. I've been trying to collect, have enough cards to build decks, etc. Do you have any for sale? I don't have any for sale. You can find lots for that stuff on eBay a lot.
Okay. Well,
Many of the gold foils are top cuts at big events. Hopefully many of which will be featured on this year's stream. The gold foils. And maybe the events. You never know.
you never know, do you?
Is it your turn?
Yeah.
I'm going to draw.
Okay, now we've got big money plays here. Big money plays. Pitch. Play a Deadwood Rumbler red. Draw a card. Discard a random card. If something is discarded, I can banish a card from a graveyard. No banish. No
Lots of
whammies.
questions. Man, we're lighting up. It must be 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's 5 o'clock, everybody. Welcome. I hope you got
Stefano.
off work and everything's great.
Stefano, what's the best way to get started with Fab now that the game has arrived in Italy? I'm quite intrigued. If you can find the Blitz starters, that's great. If you can get a couple boxes of any of 3 particular sets, Welcome to Wraith, Arcane Rising, or Monarch, which is coming out unlimited soon. That's a great place to start. Just grab a couple, learn the basic rules, and then dive into Sealed. It's super fun.
And Nathan Lewis asking about the promos. A lot of times you guys are talking about the buy a box promos. Those are only for local game stores, brick and mortar only. So no online retailer can include this. 8 damage coming at you. You're not the only one with Phantasm card attack power. Except mine's not a Phantasm. It's an actual Deadwood Rumbler, a giant evil tree man. Or woman. A tree thing.
I will not block.
Blitz decks, are they shipping out before the other ones? Are they before
The
Unlimited?
Blitz decks are shipping this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take 8. Okay. Must be a good one. The end.
Oh, take 1 less because I have this token.
Right on.
As much as I would still like to have that token here. All right. Mine?
Yeah.
Let's pay 2. Create a Spectral Shield token. We're back. Let's pay 3. Swing with it for 4. We'd go again.
How do I...
Breathe without me.
How do I...
Christopher Drews, did you see that? Where's everyone talking? Are you guys streaming on something besides Facebook? Yeah, so when we stream, it's Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time. Most of the conversation happens over on YouTube. Some on Twitch. We also have a watch party channel on our Discord, technically, where people can comment.
Look at Monk in the chat. You already say hi to Monk there?
Matt, where's it? Oh, there
What's
it is.
up? Monk's Gaming Battlefield.
What up, Monk?
Moment just a...
So I'm still very intrigued. You guys always are my gateway to other games. I have a love-hate relationship. LOL, miss you all. Miss you too, man. Hey, send me a message if you are really interested. I can send you a couple demo decks out of my pile of cards that I save for people that I know.
All right. Blocking with 3.
Take 1.
Taking 1.
Call me in the morning. Overload. 3 damage attack. Dominate. If it hits, it gets go again. I did not even know that part of that card.
I didn't either. That's crazy.
That's insane.
It's better than we ever thought. I could have won
Overload stack to the moon.
I could have won 1,000 games with that card.
That is
If I'd
insane.
just
I thought
read
that was
the
just
dang
like
thing.
some throwaway
If I'd
attack.
have just read it,
What have we been doing? We're
we've been
fools.
failing. We've been absolutely failing. Awful.
One day we'll be okay at this game.
Idiots. Bunch of idiots. I'm taking 3.
Ooh.
Right? Wait, you don't have go again if you don't do the thing?
If it hits, it gets go again.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? You've already attacked with that thing. You can attack with that thing. You got no money.
I could get a money here.
That's fine. I'll take 3.
Put it in Arsenal. But man, do I have some heat for you.
Heat coming in Arsenal?
Oh, yes.
This is just not the hand for this. Okay. Is it time to start the train? You know what I mean? You ever feel that way?
What up, Chris? Welcome to YouTube.
Okay. I'm going to play Captain's Call Red. Next attack with cost 2 or less is going to get +2. And then I'm going to pitch and play Shadow of Blasmophet, coming in for 8. Draw a card, then discard a random card. The card with 6 or more is discarded. Search my deck for a card with Blood Debt, banish it, and then shuffle my deck.
Got the Netrunner hands.
8 damage coming at you.
I won't block.
Take 8 more. Okay.
Take 7 technically. Yes. What is this guy doing?
Throwing that in the arsenal.
I have an instant. Hold on. Pay 4. Genesis.
What's that one do?
Start of my turn, I can put a card from my hand in my soul. If it's an illusionist card, create a spectral shield. If it's a light card, draw a card.
Okay.
So if it's a light illusionist card, I draw a card and create a spectral shield. Start of my turn, I'll do just that. That's not an illusionist card. Light action card. So I draw a card. All right. And then I have to make a decision.
Choices.
Yeah, it's better.
Choices.
K3, swing with this for 4. We go again. 4.
Let's see. Swinging for 4. You got 1 card in hand?
Moon. Drew, if you signed up and you didn't get charged anything yet, your legal participation will start in June. First Tuesday of June.
I'll take 4. I got stuff.
Nope, just take 4. Then we'll do Illuminate, 4 damage. If it hits, it goes into my soul. You can see a glimpse of what's possible here.
Yeah.
Not quite there yet, but we're close.
I like what I'm thinking of doing.
He likes the style.
But is it enough? Okay. Let's get into what we can do here. Illuminate is going to hit fully.
Take 4.
Take 4.
All right. I'm excited to see whatever this is going to have.
Me too, man. Me too. Okay. Let's go. The question is, you have a lot of 6 attack cards, yeah. So it's kind of interesting.
Thomas, the spiciest pool of the second box was Cold Foiled Dreadside.
Warmonger's Recital.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll pitch here. Go to 2. And we'll use that on Smash with Big Tree. So we're going to go a 10 damage attack coming at you.
Okay. Hmm. I see.
How do I?
Hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let's block for 10.
Okay. I see other ideas here.
I'll pass my turn.
I saw something so interesting just now. That's why playing this over and over is so good.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Nice, Ryan. I forgot that Bolton had Raiden, his sword. I haven't pulled it yet. And then I was immediately more interested in Bolton. I feel like the axes hurt my brain, trying to get those to the pluses and the minuses and the goes agains and the triggers. It's like I want to play an attack action and I give go again. I want to swing with my sword. Okay? Leave me alone. I'm getting old.
This is what I want to do. Okay, so let me do... Okay, all right. I have more ideas.
He's an ideas guy.
Now I have a better plan.
Don't you see?
So this pays for this, leaving me with this. Then I go boom, boom, pow. Okay, I think this works, but we've been wrong before. Pitch 3 to play Howl from Beyond for 2. Next attack action is +3. Go again. 1 floating.
Okay.
Then I'm going to pitch a yellow to play a 3 from the arsenal. Out muscle. It's coming in for 9, and if it isn't defended by a card with equal or greater attack, it has go again.
So you're saying I better have a 6.
A 9.
Oh, just total attack.
I assume that's what I mean. Equal or greater attack. It doesn't say base attack. All those cards that say base attack say base attack. Now you might have that Phantasmaclasm card. Now if you do, I'm just going to leave.
I don't have a
9?
9.
Okay, good.
That's the other deck. That was before. Manny saying his daughter's current and new favorite is Taylor Swift. Any spicy B-side recommendations?
Ooh, good question.
I mean, how old is your daughter? That's a good first question. Because I was thinking of my nieces, and there's like very, very young, and then like
There's
almost
certain-
teenager nieces.
Yeah.
I feel like that early Taylor Swift stuff is perfect for teenage years.
It is. It is. Like
7.
red and stuff, you know?
Yeah, 7.
Shake it off over and over again.
1989 is actually really good. My niece, when she was like 6 or 7, loved Shake It Off. Not Shake It Off. Well, Shake It Off, but that album, 1989. There's a lot of like, it's when she first went to pop,
Yeah.
poppy, but it's not like serious. Reputation is a little intense.
Reputation is intense, and the most recent albums have an amount of cursing and stuff in them,
Yeah.
if that's something.
Yeah. Like, in my mind, it was like 1989, she goes pop. Reputation is just aggressive. Not overly, but it's just darker. And then Lover is like, I don't know that a kid would even enjoy that. And then Folklore and Evermore is like, we hit our 30s.
Yeah.
So like, there's just there's songs on it that I think would be totally fine though.
We hit our 30s.
Yeah. Anyways, well, no, we're not having the Taylor Swift cast here, I guess. So you're hitting for 9.
Yeah.
And if I don't block with a bunch, it gets go again?
It will get go again no matter what. You have to have a single card equal to or greater than 9.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's block for 8.
Okay.
Take one.
Take one. We're going again.
Where are we going?
Where are we going? I'm going to gain one with the Bracad.
Mm-hmm. You're really stringing this one together.
I'm going to pitch one.
Oh, man. Draw a discard and see what
And
happens.
I'm swinging with the axe.
Not a 6.
For 3.
Block for 3.
Yeah. Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I had a chance.
I got Genesis out and I haven't been able to use it.
I know. You
You
get
keep
nothing.
nuking my hand.
No Genesis when Brute's around. Okay. Well, let's try it again. If I had one more money, if there was just a way to get one more cash. Okay.
Just need one turn, Wooly. Miss once. Wade instantly derailed. Yeah. But I think some of that mid-range Swift too, like Red, and what was one after Taylor Swift? Enchanted now. What's that second one called?
How do I? Oh, I banish it like this. Oh, it's the even fold.
Speak Now. Also probably good. The earlier you go, the Fearless, also good. Yeah, the less intense it gets.
Okay, now hold on. We're stringing something together here. Okay. So.
Bradley, I haven't listened to the Taylor's version of Fearless. This is going to sound pretentious.
Hashtag it will be.
Yeah. I am waiting to get the vinyl.
That's not too pretentious.
I pre-ordered it, and if I'm going to experience now for the first time, that's my ideal way to do it.
All right, now give me just a second to think about this, okay? 2, 3, 4. 2. So,
Rohan saying, this is a classic Brute. Get ahead, then can't close out the game.
then
You need to
figure
go
it
again
out,
or
man.
dominate.
Come on. Okay, hold on a second. Now,
Wait, I am on that train. Says I've listened, it's quite good. I instantly bought it to give her the cash. I think what she's doing for artist rights and just her approach to all that stuff is really awesome. I love watching that kind of thing. So
I got big brains on this, man. Watch yourself. All right, we're going to activate Ebb and Fold. I'm going to pitch a blue. I'm going to banish
This is what you're supposed to do.
shadow card. It is Gravel and Growl, which is going to sacrifice Levia.
Nice,
It's also going to sacrifice Gravel and Growl because a card with 6 or more has been put in my banish zone. Then I'm going to draw a card because after I do that, it's a shadow card and I draw. I mean, yeah, that's what I intended. Now, we basically say, does Zach have a perfect hand?
No, that never happens. Are you kidding?
Okay.
But I do have a certain kind of hand. If you catch my meaning.
Pay 1 for a blue Unworldly Bellow.
Okay.
Additional cost to play it. Banish 3 random cards
Oh,
from my
let's
graveyard.
go. These hands are feeling hot.
Cost me 1.
It's a mighty big discard pile you got here. Here's one. There's a blood dye. Not a blood dye. Let's get another blood dye here. Oh, there goes the helmet.
Yeah, see, that's why
One
we
blood
do it.
dye.
That's why we sleeve them up.
You better get it done now.
I've got 1 turn. I don't have to worry about it. Keep that around.
+2 floating.
+2 floating. Pitch a yellow to play Spew Shadow. Costs 1 or less in the banish zone. I can play it. It gets +2 against the light hero. I'm going to pay 1 to spew a Gravel and Growl for 11 damage. You've got an instant, 2 3s, and a 2.
11? Come on. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm going to pay 2. Create a Spectral Shield.
That's at least a 1 block.
And then I'm going to block for 8.
That's right.
Take 2. Just enough. Oh! Man, I basically passed.
Babe Ruth in those in turns.
There was a turn where I drew Genesis and 3 reds.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have paid 2 to get a token and blocked. But I decided to not. And then that's where I had the Dominate attack. And then I put this in Arsenal so that I could draw resources and try to get it out. But the tempo I passed back to you by not continuing to just push was actually like a lot.
I kept on the home run bat. I was nesting
And then
it.
you did, after that point, what I did to you earlier, which is you just made me block with everything after that point.
1 card, like, it was like you were almost like you had the opening, and then it was like, if I just don't have to use this 1 card.
And so many turns with Genesis, because it's like if I put a Light Illusionist card, I get a Spectral Shield and a card.
Mm-hmm.
And so
It's crazy. You just do it once, did you?
Didn't get to do it once. Didn't get to do it once.
That's so funny. Well, here's what I would say about this, man. I didn't have Blood Debt in the Banish Zone until the last turn.
I think it's how you have to play it in sealed.
You may as well just hit the big swings, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what Shadow Brute's really bringing to the table here is great against Illusionist, because you can kill the Phantasms.
Yep.
You can block all the out muscles. And then I think it's all pump and dump, if you don't mind me saying it.
And I think it's literally all the attacks that just swing.
Just swing.
And then if you don't have that, you just use your weapon. You block and you swing the weapon.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
Just swing. So, like, because what Brute's bringing, here's what Brute and Shadow is actually bringing to the table. Past the weirdness is you've got cards like Spew Shadow. Good. Unworldly Bellow, like in red or any of these are commons. These are pumps. You've got convulsions from, Proud We Are Hell, etc. Another pump.
I like that you paused and then you just went straight to hell.
You can go straight to hell with that one, man. Another pump. Let me see if there's other pumps in here. Obviously, you've also got Warmongers.
Yeah.
How from Beyond. So here's what I'm saying. This is my
thesis.
This is my thesis. You don't necessarily. It's different than you might think it is.
It's not the constructed version.
I think that this Brute in Limited is all about How From Beyond, Spew Shadow, Unworldly Bellow, pumps, plus pound for pound, less life has Dominate. You can easily get that to a 12 Dominate.
Yeah.
Without thinking about it.
Sure.
You've also got, of course, Convulsions.
You have to have cards like that in Brute.
Must.
Or you can't win.
Also, as we saw, go again with Outmuscle.
Mm-hmm.
Because you pump that to 9 or 12, they can't outmuscle you there.
That was a nice play.
Then you go again, and then even if you're swinging with the Meat Axe, it's like...
That's more than they can handle in a turn.
Yeah. So
Tell you that
I
much.
think it's just a home run swing deck in Limited. The Blood Debt is just a downside to having access to all the pumps.
Sure.
That would
think
be
it
my
makes a lot of
thesis,
sense.
at least. That's my thesis.
Well, there.
Yeah. That was a particularly... You can't go there until, like, the cards say go there.
Yeah. But, I think that's not atypical in sealed. I remember back in the spoiled days, it's like you have to listen to what your cards are capable of.
And some of it's easier and more likely than others. Like Illusionist is always going to be a average plus pool, I think.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
then
I agree.
Sometimes Chain is super good. We saw you blow out a crazy... That Chain deck would have won Nationals.
It was good.
That's just the tuna in the can. I don't know what I'm saying.
I need
What
that
time
on
is
a
it?
shirt. Can we get the tuna in the can? Man, it's been a while since we made it almost to 6 o'clock on the stream.
What, last week? Friday?
No. Oh, yeah. Well, it's
Monarch.
Monarch. Here we are. But I love it.
I love it too.
I'm having a great
Keep cracking
time.
boxes, man.
Yeah.
Bryce got nothing to do. He's sitting there at home. Having a good time. He's probably got to get the grill started.
As far as I know, he's not even there anymore. I'm not going to go back and watch hour 5 and 6 of a video to see if the cards were popping. And the people watching probably aren't going to say anything.
That's right.
Well, hey, this was, I love Monarch
falling in
Sealed.
love with Monarch
I love Monarch
Sealed,
Sealed, man.
Yeah.
I was curious how it feel because just real talk.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. I on the surface knowing nothing other than seeing the art and previews and stuff, like I like my favorite heroes from the first two sets more than I like the heroes from this set.
Yeah, nothing really was like, oh.
Yeah. Now Prism was cool to see. You were
Yeah.
probably more excited about
I
that
was pretty
than me.
excited about Prison.
But like Viscera, when it comes to like the dark magic stuff, probably gonna be hard to top. Guardian, I just have a soft spot for Bravo. It's a good time. I just love Bravo.
You guys look similar.
Yeah, yeah. So coming in, you have four heroes. The classes are literally Brute, which I haven't played,
Yeah.
Warrior, which I haven't played, and Illusionist, which I'm going to default to you. So I'm basically down to Runeblade, and my favorite character is Viscera, which the new character, it's not
You can't replace it's like a new Ranger comes out and I like Azalea better.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't care.
You will care, I think.
I will care.
But the point of
Anybody
all
but
this
Azalea.
is, so I was excited about this set coming out, no doubt, and just seeing all the cards and how it works and mechanically and stuff. But I actually enjoy this sealed. Like the first two sets had their problems when it came to sealed, particularly the second set. The arcane damage and the there's cards like Dread Scythe, but I think even worse. Like if Dash gets that
Induction chamber.
the induction chamber, it's just crazy town. But all that to say, I think the sealed experience here, they did an article that was like designing for sealed and draft. I think this is probably my favorite sealed experience so far, because when I was playing the first two sets sealed, at a certain point, and maybe that'll be the case here, it was pretty apparent pretty quickly what I should be playing out of a pool. And in this one, I feel like it's harder to see that.
It's so sneaky. All these cards are so sneaky, man.
That's it. There's there's a deeper level. So I feel like anyone that's new it's just gonna be playing sealed for a new game. You're not gonna know the difference.
You're gonna do horribly.
But for people that have played
Horribly.
the game a decent amount, this is a certain level of experience for me.
It's so fun, yeah. So like, when you think about it, there's so many different angles to what you should be running. Did you get stubbies? Most of you will. And then if so, it's like
that's not it's
common.
like half the time I see that. You only get 6 pieces of equipment.
Yeah, true. But it's like, then how many threes do I have? And if I've got threes, then Bolton and Chain look better. And so Bolton, Chain, Stubby, Minnowism, all that whole thing starts to work together. And then you've got like, do you get your big out muscles and your big 6 damage attacks? And then Brute starts looking really interesting. Illusionist is already bringing those 6 damage attacks. You may as well run. You're basically pitching and playing a big attack anyway, so that starts to look better. But then your big attack things play against each other very well, where it's like the out muscle Illusionist is really good at blocking that because you have big attacks, and then Brute's really good at blocking Illusionist stuff. Those Phantasms are less good. And then you've got the small things, and an Illusionist is starting to wreck with the Phantasms if you go super hard into the small damage, but also the small damage is very efficient. So you can block it, but you can't block the Phantasms, but you're better on the offense against Illusionist, popping shield tokens and whatnot. Yeah. It's just like all these things start playing around. Then you see Bolton, and you've got these big cards that can get buffs written right there on the card.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't think, Bolton's going to run that, but it's like, am I going to run Surging Militia in Bolton?
Yes.
1,000% of the time.
It's a great card.
If I get 3 red Surging Militia, that might determine that I'm going Light Warrior.
Yep. You just a couple times in a soul, and you have this big fat attack that gets go again. It's crazy, good value.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think these characters are a higher level of skill ceiling. I think can be better with these. Like how good you are as a player will dictate how good you are with these characters more than in the previous sets. Like there's
agree.
And so on top of that, I think the way these classes actually interact with each other, it makes sense, right?
It's a big swirl in it.
On top of all this, you have the light shadow mechanic, which is like intentional cards built to go against each other.
Yeah.
So the way that everything's interwoven, I mean, just golf clap for Legend Story. Very impressed.
Ins and outs.
I was very excited about this set
against the other,
and I like it even more now than I did, which is amazing.
Yeah,
Chris,
and we aren't paid to say that.
That's right.
Tell you the truth. For real.
asking if we've done draft. We haven't, but I really want to. I think this set would also be. Can you imagine drafting this thing?
Man, I will say it until the end of time. Draft is too much psychology for me. It makes me nervous. You know, it's
It
like I don't know.
should.
And then after the draft, everyone's like, "Oh, did you see that guy that didn't signal correctly?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Signaling? I'm just supposed to pick the cards I want, right?" But apparently, there's a whole thing to it.
Well,
So I'm like, I don't know if I even understand what draft really is.
In this, at least with the way this pack is, it's somewhat simple. In that,
Classic, somewhat simple.
as an example, let's say you pass me a pack.
Never.
The first
We've already failed.
The first 2 or 3 cards to go are probably going to be the rares or the fabled or the whatever is open, right?
Yeah, grab the library.
But when you're getting past that 4th pack, you're getting information about whoever's sitting next to you.
Right. Like, yeah, I never saw any Shadow Runeblade cards.
There's literally 3 class cards up front that are shadow.
Oh,
and
right. You
3
have to know that stuff.
that are light. So there's 3 of each of those that are in the common slot. The moment I see a Runeblade common gone and we're passing left, someone up the chain is playing Runeblade.
So that's actually why they have the packs in order, is for draft.
Oh, well, a lot of times people will shuffle them up.
But then how can you signal, you know?
Well, you can be kind about it if you want to signal.
I thought everybody wants everybody to signal, so
It's
we all
game
have
theory.
a good draft.
Well, so when you're doing a big draft event, yes, because what happens is
You
we
get
draft
paired
as
off.
8, and
Yeah.
we're not going to play against each other.
Yeah.
So we all want to have the best deck possible. So if literally I pick a card and it's a Runeblade card, at first you won't know if it's Runeblade because there's 3 shadow cards, and it could be 2 Runeblade and 1 Brute, or 2 Brute and 1 Runeblade. But you know I'm playing shadow, or I want to play shadow. But a lot of times that's dictated by the rare that you pull. So
Right.
it's going to take a couple packs.
Right.
But if I ever get handed a stack and the 3 shadow cards are gone and the 3 light cards are sitting there, I'm in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's like
I'm gonna start picking those light cards and like,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
So, anyways, there's,
Okay.
there's a lot to it, but
The thing I like about sealed is that I don't feel like I can screw it up. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, here's the cards, and now I feel like I can deck build enough with enough accuracy to not just suck. But I can definitely draft my way into an unbuildable deck.
sure. I think the thing that is nice about it is a lot of times you open a pack, and in my mind, you do one of 2 things. Either there's a card that is so good in the pack that it's dictating what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Dread Scythe. I think you're pulling it and you're playing Runeblade. It doesn't matter what anybody's doing.
I couldn't agree more.
But if you don't, like, there's strategy to, let's say there's a neutral rare that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm going to pick that because I don't know what I'm doing yet.
Right, you're staying open. See, that's
Yeah.
what James talked about in that article, staying open.
And
I was like,
the other
open?
thing you
What
can
in the
do
world
is,
are you-
on the first pack particularly, start pulling the best cards out of each pack to just give yourself options and not give
Okay.
those options to the rest of the people at the table.
Okay, and then you decide a little bit later.
And then you're trying to figure out what people around you are doing.
Okay. But then
But
if everybody's doing that, then nobody's doing it.
Right, but like if 6 people at the table all draw an awesome illusionist card or an awesome light card, and they're all trying to snipe the light cards, by the middle of that pack, it's going to be like, there's shadow cards going everywhere right now.
There's no light cards left.
Yeah, and even with like Levia, because she is harder to play. It's like, well, if I start
Maybe
drafting that early, I'm going to get all the Levia cards, which is interesting.
I could see that. Okay. All right, man.
Yes. You ready to get out of here?
Yeah, let's get out of here. Oh, there's my my 6th foil is the Dread Scythe, right?
Yeah.
So this is now complete. These are the
You have
cards
done
you
it.
need. And these are my comments.
I'll say it one more time. One last time. 1, thanks for being here.
You'll
2,
say it a lot more. I'm
if
sure.
you want to get an unlimited subscription to get Monarch Unlimited near release or on release or as close as we can get it to you, now is the time. We're going to be charging for that at any point. If you know anybody who wants to get in the game or is thinking about getting in the game, that's a great way to get in.
Also, hold on a second.
It's time to get in. It's now.
Keep marketing to the folks, but let me just
Right.
actually take a look here real quick.
And then otherwise, everything else, sign up for the wait list. We have some spots left for our Armory League. We're almost out of that too. And once we're at cap, that's going to be interesting. BlitzX, first edition subscriptions, if you want to know when that stuff is back in stock, sign up for that wait list.
If you think the game is unaffordable right now, you can literally get the next set of Unlimited, Monarch Unlimited, for $76 from us via subscription. It's the lowest price you can possibly charge.
And if you get 3 boxes, you get free shipping. So, and that's a great place to start with a subscription. Technically 4 gets you a case, but it doesn't really matter.
I got some hot sauce here. Hold on just a second. I just want to look at the number. I've got to know how many slots we have left. I'm not going to say the number because that's not what we do. But
It's not a lot. I'll say that.
I will at least react to the number. You know what I'm,
You suddenly
catch
get
me?
very disappointed.
Okay. All right, clicking in now.
Everyone canceled.
Don't look at my password. You guys looking at my
Wade
password?
says, I'm looking for those tokens. We haven't released them yet. They are going to be soon. So
Very
just
soon.
one way to be aware of when that happens is our community texting line, which may or may not pop on the screen. If it doesn't, the number's in our Twitter profile. And we send out updates related to the games that people play that sign up for that via text. There it is. Bryce is still with us. And
Thank you, Bryce.
That, a
It's
lot
been
of
a long
times,
day, huh?
I'll hit that. I'll text out to that list a little bit before we post it anywhere else. Christopher, the 4X subscriptions are not guaranteed to ship as a case, although most do. But there's a lot of logistical reasons we don't guarantee that to be the case. So if you want guaranteed cases, we're not necessarily the place.
I would act fast. That's all I'll say.
Christopher, that's awesome. Saying, I love the text line. Thanks for being so cool via the text chat. Zach. You're welcome.
Yeah,
Happy
you
to
kind
do
of took over the text.
It's just happening.
And then I'm like trolling the Discord all the time.
And you're also responding to all the YouTube and Facebook and all that. You get enough replying to people that you're probably zonked by the time you get to that.
Zach, I love people. If you didn't know that.
It's just
when
you reply to a lot of
people.
You constantly replying to people.
That's why I moved out into the country in the middle of nowhere. Because I love human beings. Love talking to all of you.
Jason asking, will there be pre-orders for tokens? So hopefully not. Hopefully we just put them in stock. But if we do run out, if there is a lot of demand for them, then it'll probably switch to a pre-order, and then we'll load that queue up and make as many as we can as fast as we can and get them out to everybody.
Great problem to have. We love it.
Hopefully that's the case. I mean, when we sell out of a token fast enough to go to pre-order, that means our expectations were beyond met, which is always awesome.
Have you said everything?
I said it all.
All right.
Stay safe.
Take
We'll
care,
see you guys
everyone.
next time.